The Way of Mastery, Pathway of Enlightenment, The Way of the Heart, The Christ Mind Trilogy, Volume 1, Jeshua. Jeshua's promise to you. I promise you this. If you become wholly committed to awakening from the dream you have dreamt since the stars first began to appear in the heavens, and if your one desire is to be only what God created, then lay at the altar of your heart with every breath everything you think you know, everything you think you need, and look lovingly upon every place that fear has made a home in your mind, and allow correction to come. It will come. Regardless of how you experience it, it will come. And the day and the moment will arise, and all your pain and fear and suffering will have vanished like a wind that pushes the foam of the wave away, revealing the clarity of the ocean beneath you. You will literally feel throughout your being that there never was a dream. Some memories might remain with you, and you will know that somewhere you must have dreamt a dream or had a thought of wondering what it would be like to be other than the way God created you. But it will be such a faint echo that it will leave no trace upon you. In your heart you will smile gently regardless of the circumstance in which you find yourself. There will be peace from the crown of your head to the tip of your toes, and that peace will walk before you wherever you go. It will enter a room before you enter it with a body, and those who are becoming sensitive will wonder who has come into their place. And some will even say, "Behold, I believe Christ has come for dinner." And you will be that one, for that is who you are. Christ eternal. Jeshua. Lesson 1. Now we begin. And indeed, once again, greetings unto you, beloved and holy friends. I come forth in this hour, yet again, to abide with you where you believe yourself to be. For in truth, if it were not for the fact that you are choosing to turn your attention to the world of physicality through the vehicle of the body, our communication would not require the device of what you might call channeling, nor the devices of the technology of this world in which to record and capture spoken words that are themselves but the reflection of what the words would point your mind toward. Therefore, beloved friends, I come not for myself, but for you. I come not to teach you, but to love you, until you choose from the depth within your own being to set aside every illusion you have ever given credence to, and to remember the truth which alone is true. For indeed, in that hour, there is a transcendence of all that knows limitation. There is a transcendence of all that knows coming and going, birth and death. There is but the mind of Christ within with each of us as a spark of divine light. As a sunbeam to the sun, rest eternally in perfect communion and communication always. Now, of course, the great secret is that is the state of your reality. That in each and every moment you abide in perfect communion with the whole of creation. Since all things are but temporary modifications of the one fundamental energy which I have chosen to call the Christ mind, the offspring of the Father. And so, beloved friends, I come to where you choose to be. And if you would choose to open that place within the heart and within the mind in which you can communicate with me directly, I will meet you there as well. What is important, then, by way of our beginning, is to consider the simple fact that your experience is always the effect of where you choose to focus the attention of your consciousness, itself being unlimited forever, embracing all the many dimensions of creation. You abide in that which embraces all things, in all ways and at all times. And in truth, you do not know separation, birth or death, gain or loss. In this hour, as you have taken the tape from its envelope and put it into your machinery, recognize how you, as an infinite being, having deliberately chosen to participate in a form of experience, you have therefore called to yourself the sensory apparatus of the body through which to filter the energy of this physical domain, that you might hear vibrations against vocal cords that create words that carry certain meanings for each and every one of you. And each and every one of you will color that meaning according to the perception that you have chosen to place value upon. Does this mean that some are ahead and some behind? It only seems that way. In reality, each of you is equal. Each of you choosing from your infinite freedom to attract to yourself certain vibrational frequencies, if you will, certain forms or qualities of experience. That freedom is what you abide in always, from before the foundation of this world and long after this world ceases to be. In each and every moment, then, you cannot be a victim of what you see, and nothing is outside of you. What you experience, you have directly and deliberately called to yourself. And if you hold the thought that, well, I don't like what I've called to myself, well, that's perfectly okay too. For then you have called to yourself the experience of being in judgment of yourself. Merely look with the wonder of a child and see what it feels like, and ask yourself, is this an energy I wish to continue in, or would I choose something else? For ultimately, when all possible choices within the dream of separation have been made, have been tasted, have been felt, have been known, then finally there emerges the still, quiet voice of spirit that speaks through the soul. And we'll come back to that, whispering of the one truth and the one reality, the one love, the one peace, the one bliss that is continual. Then the soul begins to turn from the things of this created world. It begins to withdraw its attention, as it were, from its attachments to all of the things it is called to itself. It begins to transcend its sense of identification with the vibrational frequency it had only meant to play with, and then took seriously. For it is seriousness within the mind which is the creation of ego. And it is great seriousness that holds the vibration of what you would no longer experience within the field of your being, within the field of your soul. And as you, as the soul, the individual divine spark, begins to choose to withdraw the attention, to withdraw the value you have placed upon all things, and as you learn to simplify the nature of your own consciousness, as you begin to realize that you can surrender into something that seems beyond you, that you can entertain the insane thought of trusting the invisible, you come more and more to be less and less. And as you become less and less of what you thought you were, conversely, you become more and more of what your Father created you to be. The thought of perfect love in form. A channel, a simple vehicle through which the love of Spirit can shine forth. And your only task becomes the cleaning of your windows, the polishing of your floors, the weeding of your garden, so that the light can pour forth unimpeded. No longer will you find the need to defend perceptions you had identified with an error. And you will, indeed, know when you have come to that state of awakening. For you will be able to look upon all created things that you have ever experienced, all reactions you have ever held within the mind, all perceptions of judgment, all desires that you have ever held for anyone or anything. And as they arise in your mind, they will not disturb your peace. And you will smile. And you will see that within your consciousness has arisen all saintlyhood and all devilishness. You have been both saint and sinner, and your happiness and your unhappiness has been merely an effect of where you would choose to pay your attention. Indeed, beloved friends, I come forth to meet you wherever you are, because I have chosen to use the infinite power of consciousness, given me of the Father, as equally as it is given unto you, to discover how deep delight can be when the mind is focused only on seen from, and seen only, the mind of Christ. I have therefore called to myself all multitude of experiences, even when I walked upon your beloved earth as a man, in order to challenge myself, in order to test myself, in order to condition myself to rise above, to transcend all possible experiences that could distract me from the remembrance of who I am. You could say, by the way, that my crucifixion was simply the climax of my own direct choice to be challenged by the events of space and time, so that I could cultivate within myself the ability to see from and to see only the perfect purity of the mind of Christ. The point that I am seeking to make with you is that in each and every moment, what you are experiencing in the realm of your emotions and mind, and the effects to a larger degree within the body, are there because you, from your infinite freedom, have simply selected the experience, that energy to focus your attention on, so that you can see what the effects are. The insanity, you see, does not come from having chosen to see something other than the mind of Christ. The insanity which you experience as your pain and as your suffering, and your seeking and your dramas, comes only from your mistaken choice to become identified with what arises in the field of your awareness. You therefore lose the sight of innocence, for indeed all events are perfectly neutral, and you are free to see them any way that you want. When a child is born, and many of you who are mothers know this, you can experience a depth of joy that is unspeakable. Likewise, you can always experience fear and contraction at the thought of having to be responsible for a child. When a loved one dies, and you experience grief and suffering, rest assured it is because you have chosen to contract your attention, so that all you can see is the loss of an animated body, and therefore convince yourself that you have become separated from the loved one. I speak from experience when I share with you that separation is an illusion. And when death occurs in your plane, in that very moment, you still have the power to choose to recognize that something has changed, and to shift your attention to a different faculty that the body could never possibly contain, in which you perceive and hear and communicate with that spark of divine light, the soul that seems to have given up the idea of trying to keep physical form animated. It is therefore imperative, and in fact, it is the very first step on what we are going to begin to call the way of the heart. The first step in awakening is to allow into the mind the thought, the axiom, the truth, that nothing which you are experiencing is caused by anything outside of you. You experience only the effects of your own choice. For you see, during this coming year, we will be building month by month on what I'm choosing now to call the way of the heart. It is the way unknown to the world. It is a way unknown to many that would call themselves spiritual teachers, for it is not a way of resting on or becoming dependent on magical means. It is, rather, the pathway which cultivates within you the decision to turn your attention upon your own mind, upon your own behavior, upon what is true and real for you, moment to moment, to study it, to consider it, to feel it, to breathe the light of Spirit through it, and to constantly retrain the mind so that it assumes complete responsibility in each moment. And why is this necessary? Because without it there can be no peace. Without it you cannot transcend the false identifications that you have chosen. To use perhaps a simpler form of your language, you need to come to the point where you say to yourself, I've done this to myself. I did it. I must correct it. No one is to blame. The world is innocent. And in the coming months we will be communicating with you more and more deeply the finer points, if you will, of the way of heart. For it is that way that was taught to me, and it is that way to which I have pointed you with many, many clues. It is the way that brings about the reversal of every thought you have ever had about anyone or anything. It is that way alone which allows you to pass back through the eye of the needle, and to come to rest in perfect peace from which you have sprung forth. The way of the heart is not the way of the intellect, for indeed that aspect of the mind was never designed to be your master. It was designed to be a humble and, if you will pardon the expression, very stupid servant of the awakened heart. The heart is that which feels all things, embraces all things, trusts all things, allows all things. The heart is that in which the soul rests eternally. The heart is that which is beyond space and time, and is that spark of light in the mind of God which is called Christ. And only in that will you find the peace that you seek. You will discover then that the pathway of awakening is not a pathway of avoidance, but a pathway of truthfulness. It is not a pathway of accomplishment and pride, but a pathway of releasing from the consciousness every hope and every wish to be special, to see yourself as having made progress, so that you can pound a fist upon the chest and spread the tail feathers. It is a transcendence of the hope of somehow getting God's attention, so that he will look upon you and say, "Oh, you've been such a good person. Oh, my goodness, yes, well, I think we'll allow you into the kingdom now." It is a way in which you will come to cultivate, regardless of your inner experience or degree of awakening, to cultivate the willingness and the art of returning to the simplicity of empty-headedness and not knowingness with each and every breath. It is a way of life in which all things and all events become an aspect of your meditation and your prayer, until there is established once again within you the truth that is true always. Not my will, but thine be done. For of myself I do nothing, but my Father does all things through me. Imagine then a state of being in which you walk through this world, seemingly appearing like everyone else, and yet you are spacious within. You are empty within. In truth, you desire nothing, though you allow desire to move through you, and you recognize it as the voice of the Father, guiding your personality, your emotions, and even the body, to the places, to the events, to the people, to the things, to the experiences through which the tapestry of the atonement is being woven. through which all of the children of God are called home again. And you trust the complete flow of that, whether you are asked to give a speech in front of 10,000 people, or you are asked to tell a friend the truth of your feelings, or whether or not you are perhaps asked to sweep the streets and live penniless. For in truth, that mind that trusts the source of its creation allows all things, trusts all things, embraces all things, and transcends all things. Rest assured, then, whenever you feel frustration and anxiety, it is because you have decided not to trust the truth. And the truth is simply this: only God's plan for salvation can work for you. Your way must always fail, for your way begins with the illusory and insane assumption that you are a separate being from the mind of God and must therefore direct your own course. For if you are sick and diseased and not at peace, why would you decide that you know how to create peace? It requires great humility to accept the first step on the path. I have done all of this. I must undo it. But I have no idea how I did this, therefore I must surrender to something else. I want to give you this thought. Even I gave it to this, my beloved brother, some time ago, and the thought is this, and I would ask that you consider it well. What if the very life you are living, and each experience that has come into you now since the moment you decided, I've got to awaken here, what if everything was being directly sent to you of your Father? Because your Father knows what is necessary to unravel within your consciousness to allow you to awaken. What if the very things you are resisting are the very stepping stones to your homecoming? What if you achieved a maturity along this pathway in which you were finally willing to let things be just as they are? And if it was necessary to sweep the streets, you simply took a deep breath and said, Father, you know the way home, and therefore began sweeping. And up into the mind comes the thought, oh my God, I won't be recognized, I won't stand out, people won't think I'm special if I'm just a street sweeper. And you recognize, aha, no wonder my Father wants me to do this. I've got to flush this up so I can look at it, disidentify from it, and learn to be the presence of love in the sweeping of the street. For in truth, I tell you, the least of these among you, according to your perception, is already equal to the greatest, and there is none among you who is less than I am. And so the way of the heart begins there. It begins by accepting the humility that you've created quite a mess within your consciousness. You've created a labyrinth and got lost within it, and you don't know the way back. That of yourself, you can do nothing. For all you've managed to achieve is the creation of a whole lot of insane dramas that are, in truth, occurring nowhere except within the field of your mind. They are like chimeras, like dreams. In truth, there is no difference between a waking state in which you would be the director of your life and the dreams you have when the body sleeps at night. They are both the same thing. I wish to direct you to peace, even that peace which forever transcends the understanding and comprehension of the world. I desire, because my Father desires it through me, to bring you wholly to where I am, that you might discover there is someone that got there ahead of you, and when you look closely you go, ah, it's myself. I've always been there, but I forgot. And in the end of all journeying, in the end of all purification, and indeed purification is still necessary, you will discover that to awaken means to have journeyed nowhere. It means to have arrived at a goal that has never changed. Awakening is only remembrance, but it is a remembrance not just of the intellect, for it is not an idea as you would understand ideas. It is an idea that vibrates through the whole field of your beingness, so that even the cells of the body, while yet the body remains coalesced together in its present form, even the cells of the body awaken and relax in the truth that is true always, the way of the heart. If you were a gardener, would you not cultivate the art of weeding your garden? Would you not look to see that the soil is just the correct dampness? Would you not keep your eyes on the clouds on the horizon in the heat of the day? Would you not cover the delicate plants that need protection while they grow strong? And if those that would come would not respect your garden, would you not ask them to leave or build a temporary fence until the garden is strong enough, until it bursts forth with enough fruit so that you can give to even those who do not respect it? Be you, therefore, a wise gardener. Cultivate a deep love and respect for yourself. For you are not here to fix the world. You are not here to fix your brother or sister. 'Tis only love that heals. And until you have loved yourself wholly, by having purified the mind of every erroneous thought you've ever held, until you've loved, you do not, in truth, love anyone or anything, save in these brief moments when you let your guard down and the love of God shines forth through you, so quickly that you didn't even know what happened. For the wise gardener cultivates a state of consciousness in which the love of God is unimpeded. Beloved friends, those of you that have elected to answer a call to participate in this pathway with this family, if you would make your commitment to trusting your Creator for having set before you a pathway that can indeed lead you home, you will indeed arrive at home. But commitments mean that you do not get to leave the room when the shouting begins. The shouting we're speaking of is the shouting within your own mind, within your own body, within your own emotions. That you will stay with these things by being honest about them and loving yourself for ever having the power to even create such insane perception of yourself and the world around you. The way of the heart is the final pathway that any soul can enter. There are many stages of awakening. There are many pathways that can be followed, but ultimately, all roads lead to Rome, so they say. Eventually, each soul must find its way into the way of the heart and come back to the truth that it's time to take responsibility, to learn to cultivate the ability to look upon the deep and vicious blackness of what I have called ego, which is nothing more than the cesspool of denial. It is that which lacks light, and begin to bring light back to it by simply observing your own mind, your own behavior, your own reactions with a sense of wonder, with a sense of innocence, and with a sense of childlikeness. For is it not written that you must again become like a little child to enter the kingdom? The little child simply marvels at all they see. Well, how about that? Can you imagine looking upon the deepest, darkest parts of your own shadow, your own denial, and begin to able to say, oh, how about that? Remember then that everything is neutral, and in truth all that which arises within your consciousness has no effect upon the truth of your reality. The way of the heart, then, is a way of cultivating the decision to become identified with the light that can shine away all darkness. Not by fighting with it, but by recognition of it, embracing it as your own creation and choosing again. The way of the heart is the way that I teach. And now we begin a more focused, shall we say, year-long study. a year-long cultivation together, the way of the heart might become established within your holy mind. And we will be drawing indeed upon many sources. And there may be some surprises according to who may choose to speak to you through this vehicle. But rest assured, at all times and in all ways, I have committed myself to gently directing the birthing and the manifestation of what you've come to call Shanti Christo. The idea was given by me, and what I give I nurture, and what I create together with you I do not abandon. Therefore you will find that I will be there always. We will have yet to see whether you will be. Remember then always that the truth is true always. Is it not time, beloved friends, to truly step into ownership of your only reality? The way of the heart does not know the word avoidance. The way of the heart does not know deception, manipulation, or control. The way of the heart does not know blame, although it watches these things arise as echoes of old patterns now outgrown. It learns to see them, to recognize them, like you might recognize certain kinds of clouds that pass through the sky, and then turn the attention of the mind that a new choice might be made. The way of the heart is the way that calls you home, and the call comes from that deep part of your soul that is still like unto the Spirit, which abides as Christ in the holy mind of God. Trust, then, that you are as a sunbeam to the sun, and trust not the perception you have cultivated in error. For you are not alone on the way that you journey, and you journey not apart from your brothers and sisters. This family cannot know separation, though some may seem to come and go, for once the call to awaken through this lineage has been acknowledged. Though bodies may not communicate in space and time, rest assured, communication remains, and there is no way to avoid it. And so we begin the way of the heart. We enter now a stage where it's time to stop listening out of polite kindness or out of curiosity, and step into the willingness to don the mantle of the one committed to healing every obstacle to the presence of love that may yet remain secretly hidden in the depth of the part of your mind which would struggle to be separate from God, and to remember that you are truly the light that can come to shine lovingly upon every aspect of darkness that you have ever known. So along this pathway this year, you're going to learn how to shake hands with the devil and do a little jig with him and recognize his face to be your own. For when you can dance with the darkness that you have created, that darkness is transformed into an angel, and light abides with light. We will be giving you and bringing forth certain meditations, if you will, certain energetic practices to help cultivate within you a quality of feeling that will allow you to recognize energies that do not serve you in a way that transcends what your mind may choose to think of these energies, so that you will learn more and more to lead with the body, if you will, to lead with your feeling nature and not your intellect. For your intellect does not know anything except the trivialities that you have shoved into it like garbage into a garbage can. The intellect can never bring the healing of the heart that is the atonement. It can only be utilized to argue against the insane perception you are used to, that you might come to see that perhaps there is a greater good in giving up your insistence on treating the intellect as your God. Therefore, indeed, beloved friends, dance often, rejoice, play often. Let this year be that year in which you bring up within yourself everything unworthy of the mind of Christ. Every thought of scarcity, every sense of unworthiness, every fear. Let them come up, look at them, embrace them, transmute them through your own love of self and through your honesty. Accept where you are and don't pretend to be otherwise, for the wisest are always the humblest. Be you therefore at peace, beloved friends. Be you therefore at peace in all things. For we delight, and I speak here of the many we, who are in what you might call a disembodied state, who are electing to participate with you, that are asking to be helped this year through this way. We delight in joining with you. We delight in loving you. We delight in waiting on you to welcome yourself home. Therefore, indeed, we will begin to end this message of this hour now, but as we close, I would ask that you would close your eyes for just a moment and take a deep breath into the body and let it go. And as the breath leaves the body, hold the thought, there is nothing worth holding on to any longer that keeps your peace and happiness at arm's length. Become committed. Become fully committed to the experience of happiness, even as if you've been fully committed to unhappiness and limitation and lack. Give your Creator full permission this year to sweep the basement clean. There really isn't anything down there worth defending or protecting. And it will come to pass that you will know the perfect peace of empty-headedness, not knowingness. You will know what it means to be relieved of time and to be comforted by what is eternal. Peace be unto you always, and never once let yourself think that you are alone. It is what they call, what is the word you have? Haberdash. What is this haberdash? That is an interesting term. It is nonsense for you to think that I'm not with you. You have asked, I picked up the phone. We are in communication. That is the way it is. That is the way it will be until the end of all illusion. Amen. The Way of the Heart. Lesson 2. Now we begin. And indeed, greeting unto you, beloved and holy friends. Again, it is with great joy that I come forth to abide with you in this hour. Indeed, it is with great joy that we come forth to abide with you in this hour, for in truth, I come not alone to join in communion with this, my beloved friend, in order to communicate with you through a medium that you understand and that you accept. For it is a great truth that I come often unto many, but often, because of what you have learned in your world, you have believed me to be but a figment of your imagination, and the voice that steals quietly through the space between your own thoughts you would think to be but an illusion. Yet I say I come often unto many. And yet, when I come forth to abide with this my beloved brother, to speak with you, I come not alone. For there is, in truth, a host of friends that come to create a vortex, a circumference, if you will, of energy. We have come even in this hour into this space, and we have set that tone. If you would well receive it, there are many friends, unseen by physical eyes, that are gently encircling those that have come forth to contribute, to support, to abide in the creation of this work. And what is this work but to create a medium of communication? Why is that important? Because always, in each and every moment of your experience, what in truth is occurring is that you, as a soul, as a divine spark of consciousness, are deliberately choosing to create mediums of communication. You do it with the raiment that you place upon your body. You do it with your gestures, the sound of your voice. You do it with the very culture and time frame in which you incarnate. You are constantly and only creating mediums through which you communicate. And is communication anything but the attempt to rest in communion with creation? That through you, what you are choosing to perceive and believe and accept as true will be radiated through your communication devices, which of course includes the body, that you might transfer your perception to another, that they might therefore know who you are and which voice you are committed to. I have said often that the body is a teaching and learning device, and all forms of communication affect the process of teaching and learning. When you arise in the morning, the first thought that makes a home in your mind, you will act on. You may stretch the body, you may smile, you may frown, you might be filled with peace, or you might feel the weight of the world. These things come not because you have perceived them outside, but because you have allowed them inside the depth of your consciousness that remains pure and undefiled and radiant beyond all boundaries forever. And as that thought makes a home in your mind, you literally begin to transform the communication device called the body into that which carries, expresses, and reflects what has come to make a home within your mind. Remember, please, that the mind is not where the body is. It does not abide within the body, but the body does abide within the field of your mind. Communication is creation. These two are one and the same. Therefore, if you would create well, ask only, what am I committed to communicating? What will my creations express? What will my creations convey to others? For what I seek to convey reveals the truth of myself to the world. Therefore, indeed, beloved friends, as we begin this year to focus on, to refine, to deepen, to mature in what we have chosen to call the way of the heart, it is wise to begin at the beginning. And the beginning of this pathway is simply this: you are as God has created you to be. You are an infinite focus of consciousness. Your very sense of existence is nothing more than a feedback loop or feedback mechanism, so that you can witness the effects of the choices that you are making in the very deep, deep depth of your mind that rests right alongside the mind of God. Therefore, in each moment of your existence, which includes this bodily incarnation, you are literally allowing, through deliberate choice, though perhaps unconscious, to bring forth vibration of thought, vibration of creation, and to communicate to the world in an attempt to experience communion with all of life, with a friend, with a parent, with a child, with a beloved, with the clouds that pass through the sky, with the earth itself. Each gesture, each thought, the way that the body breathes, all these things are going on constantly, and they are communicating or revealing the effect of what you have allowed to make a home in your mind. Understand well, then, the way of the heart requires that you allow yourself to rest in the simplicity of this truth. I am pure spirit, undefiled and unaffected by anything or anyone. I am given full power to choose, and therefore to create my experience as I would have it to be. Not quite the I that is the egoic part of the mind, for that is just one of your creations that came along somewhere down the line, and it is a very small part of the mind. We are speaking of the I of you that is pure spirit, that knows it exists, even though it does not know the time of its own creation. You are pure spirit. Therefore to know that I am only this, and in each moment, regardless of what I believe, I see, regardless of the feelings that arise within my awareness, I and I alone am wholly 100% responsible for them. No one has caused them. No great force in the universe has made this perception well up within my consciousness. I have selected it. Just as you would go to a grocery store and say, well, what will I have for dinner? And you own a perception. You lodge it in the mind. And that it expresses itself through the body, through the environment that you create around yourself, through the friends that you would call into your awareness. Every aspect of the life you live is the symbol of what you have chosen to experience, and therefore to convey through creation. The way of the heart begins with the acceptance of the simple truth that I am as God created me to be. Made in His image, I am a creator always. What then would you ask your creation to communicate? Why do you make the choices you are making? You all know perfectly well that sometimes you seem to be compelled, and the mind wants you to believe. Now we are speaking of the egoic part of the mind. The ego wants you to believe that you are compelled to certain actions, certain feelings, certain choices, certain perceptions, and certain statements by something that surely exists outside yourself. This is never true. In no circumstance is there anything of creation that has the power to dictate to you the choice you will make. Therefore, the pathway of awakening, the way of the heart, must begin with the decision to embrace the truth that is true always. I am a creator of all that I think and see and experience. I am free always. Nothing impinges upon me but the thoughts I have chosen to hold within. Nothing imprisons me but my own perception of imprisonment. Nothing limits me at any level or dimension of experience save that which I have chosen. The way of the heart, then, embraces all things, trusts all things, and eventually transcends all things. But why? Because it begins by assuming complete and total responsibility for what is being channeled through it. And so you see, it is not just this, my beloved brother, who serves as the channel. That is, in truth, all that you do. From the moment you arise until the moment you arise, for even during the sleep you are yet choosing that which flows through your consciousness. The goal that we seek has never changed. It is, in truth, a journey without distance. It is merely the return to where you are always, that you might begin anew to create deliberately, clearly, and with the perfect knowledge that if you are experiencing something, it is because you are the source of it and no other reason. The way of the heart, then, is not a way of gaining power. The way of the heart is not a way in which you will finally be able to make the world be what you want it to be. But rather, the way of the heart is that pathway in which you learn to transcend and dissolve from your consciousness every perception, every thought that is out of alignment with what is true. The thought of death is out of alignment. The thought of fear is out of alignment. The thought of guilt is out of alignment, and the thought of eternal life is in alignment. The thought of perfect fearlessness is in alignment. The thought of peace is in alignment. The realization of innocence is in alignment. The thought of joy and of forgiveness, these things are in alignment and reflect the truth that is true always. For you see, although you are given complete free will to create as you choose to, the soul begins to learn that which brings it to the highest joy, that which brings it the highest peace, that which brings it the highest bliss imaginable, is that which flows from the mind of God, through the mind of the channel, the soul, and expresses itself in the field of experience. It is for this reason that your Father's will is that you be happy, and your happiness is found in choosing to restore your perfect alignment with only the voice of God. The way of heart, then, is the pathway that begins with a commitment to healing and awakening, and is founded on the premise, the axiom, that we have given unto you, that you are perfectly free at all times, and everything that is experienced has been by your choice, and at no time has there been any other cause. It seems simple, doesn't it? Well, of course, okay, I'm creating my own experience. And yet, what soul has not known a resistance to this idea? If you bake a cake and it turns out well, you will say, oh, I did that. But if you bake a cake and it turns out very bad, it must have been the flour. It must have been the temperature of the oven. Surely there was something that caused this creation to not be what I truly desire. It takes great courage, great faith to look upon all your creations, your thoughts, your feelings, your manifestations with love, and with the innocence of a child. To plant a garden and have all things wither and die, and yet to smile and say, I planted this garden. I and I alone have done this. Well, I'll get a little hungry here, so I might as well go to the store. Why is this important? Because the soul, a long time ago, began to create the perception that it was something other than what it's created to be. And the voice for ego emerged within the garden of consciousness. And as the soul, as the deep mind that you have all known, and in fact are that deep mind, began to identify with a voice that was other than the voice for God. That voice has led you to believe that your creations determine your worthiness. Do you know that feeling? And therefore, if what you create is not up to, what is this word, snuff? Is not up to snuff, that it means you, in the core of your beingness, are some kind of a failure. But I say unto you, in reality, failure is not even remotely possible. And why? If you plant a garden and the seed does not turn into a beautiful flower, it withers and dies. That experience is a creation, and you have done it. And because all events in space and time, everything you experience, because these things are perfectly neutral, there is, in reality, never failure. The only failure occurs only within your own consciousness, when you believe that it is not acceptable to receive and own and embrace your creation with love and with innocence. To look upon it, to experience, to recognize your perfect safety in doing so, from where you can decide whether to continue in the form of creation or whether to think differently, to approach things differently. And that is where the catch is that the part of the mind has begun to teach you a long, long time ago what to accept as acceptable creations and what not, what to take responsibility for and what to deny responsibility for. And that conflict creates the illusion of separation. And when taken to its extreme, one discovers what you call your hospital full of these in deep depression, paranoia, the feeling within the beingness, within the human mind of feeling alienated and alone. helplessness, hopelessness, despair, anger, hatred. All of these are symptoms of a fundamental delusion that has occurred within the depth of the mind. It has occurred because there has been a long history of having cultivated the skill of listening to the wrong voice. And the wrong voice is the voice of ego. It has taught you to judge, to pick, to select what you'll be responsible for. The more you move into the consciousness, the harder it seems to ever hope for a chance of transcending the sense of separation and conflict and lack of peace. For how many of you have not known the feeling of resting your head upon the pillow at night, not being able to sleep because it's not just going the way you expected? The reason you cannot sleep is because you are in judgment of your creation. But it is possible to cultivate just the opposite, in which you learn to look with perfect innocence upon all things that arise in that field that is your experience. To look with innocence and what is called wonder at every feeling from the place of curiosity, as you would look upon the cloud that passes through the sky. Look at it and marvel at it, its shape, its color. Well, where did that come from? And to embrace it, knowing that it does not affect the purity of the sky through which the temporary floats by. And each of your creations exactly like that. It arises in the field of time and space. You experience it, and then it fades away. Every hurt that you have ever known is like a cloud that began to pass into the field of your awareness because you were perceiving things in a certain way. And if that hurt is still lodged within you, it is because you latched onto it. You followed the voice of the ego, which caused you to believe that you are identified with that feeling, with that perception. And because that's you, if you let go of it, what's going to happen? You might disappear, you might die. And the human mind then is that field within creation, within consciousness, that has learned to become so identified with perception and experiences and feelings that are not necessarily comfortable, it believes that if it lets go of them, it will die. And so, from our perspective, as we look upon your energy field, those of you who are still identified with this dimension, it looks as though you are gripping, causing to condense energy. And your knuckles are white, trying to hold on to limitation and guilt, to unworthiness and doubt. You would indeed seek innocence and peace. You would seek abundance and prosperity and joy. But often when you touch these things, it frightens you. And why? Because the truth of the kingdom requires openness, trust, expansiveness, spaciousness. It involves allowing, trusting, witnessing, letting things come and go, learning to cultivate a deep enjoyment of whatever arises, seeing that all things are just modifications of consciousness itself, and then letting them go when it's time for them to do so. And rest assured, there is no one, not a single soul, that has ever discovered something that was birthed in time that did not also end in time. And how much of your suffering comes because you are clinging to a lifeless past and insisting that you carry it with you still. And you are doing that because in the past you became identified with the clouds that were passing by a claim that is your own identity. And therefore, as you release it, it will mean that you must change, you must go on. And creation itself, that flows from the mind of God, is an ongoingness forever. You will never cease to be. You will go on forever and forever and forever and forever and forever. You will go on forever exactly as you are now. Or you can allow the mind of God to flow through you, carrying you to an ever greater expansiveness. deepening your awareness of the infinite loveliness of the power of the mind of God. This year, then, we do indeed embark on the way of the heart. And though many clues have been given, we will come this year to refine these clues, to create what you might think of as a system or a pathway upon which you can walk, to deliberately cultivate the quality of awareness and consciousness necessary to stabilize that awareness, so that you can bring it to each and every moment of your experience. Imagine then being able to experience whatever arises without losing the sense of spaciousness and innocence and ease that you now experience into fleeting moments. For instance, know you the experience when things are going well outside around you, and you're singing a happy tune and life seems to be moving ahead. Imagine that same quality of trust and of faith and of certainty of purpose even when the buildings are crumbling around you and the bank account has gone dry. Being able to look at these events with the same sense of innocence and wonder with which you would look into the eyes of your beloved. For you see, such a quality of awareness is perfect mastery. Within it is discovered perfect peace and perfect freedom, perfect joy, and uninterrupted communion with all of creation. And if you would well receive it, that quality of feeling intimately one with all of creation is what you have been seeking as a soul since first the identification with the creation called ego began. For that creation, again, created conflict and separation. And everything you have ever attempted to do since has been an attempt to overcome separation, to gain back what you felt you had lost. It's just that ways you have sought to do it don't work. The eye of the needle that separates you in your consciousness from the world of conflict and fear and guilt and unworthiness. That world and the world of the truth of the kingdom lie side by side within your own mind. And the eye of the needle that one must pass through is the recultivation of the innocence of a child. And it is for this reason that I often taught, become again as a little child to enter the kingdom. And the cultivation of the way of the heart is that pathway whereby you deliberately, consciously choose to become again as an innocent child, as you were in the beginning, before you ever created, and then incarnated into this dimension of experience that seems to be so permeated by a sense of conflict and separation. So it begins there. And I would ask you now to begin to put this into practice. So wherever you happen to be, whether you are viewing this with your eyes or what you would call your video, or whether you are listening to the words, stop for just a moment and truly become aware of where you are. And where are you? Are you not having the experience of seemingly being within a body? Don't you seem to be abiding in a room somewhere? Aren't you within an environment in which there are certain weather patterns going on around you? Perhaps there are other sounds coming into your ears. Can you truly be aware of where you are now? Can you feel the weight of the body as you stand upon your feet or sit within your chairs? Do you notice a tension in your neck? Do you notice a racing of the mind if that's going on? Can you begin to bring an awareness to exactly what is from a place of innocence and non-judgment? You have a saying in your world. It is what it is. And that is the beginning of wisdom. You will, of course, discover that what is what you have chosen to make of it. Be therefore where you are now, and deliberately decide to accept wholly that what you are experiencing in this very moment has no cause whatsoever except your choice to experience it. Rest assured, whatever the mind may try to say, if you do not wholly want to be right where you are, you wouldn't be there. And if you are in the body, in the field of time and space, rest assured, you desired it, you chose it, and it's here. Begin here. There's no need to judge it, no need to ask it to be different. Just truly be aware of what is. If you are feeling the body sitting in a chair, can you allow the thought to come into the mind? I have literally created this experience. Something within me is so grand, so powerful, so vast, so beyond anything that scientists have ever come up with, that I have literally crystallized in the field of experience awareness of being a body in space and time. It has come forth from the field of my consciousness, the gift to me of God, who asks only that I learn to create as God creates. I said many times that the Father looks upon you and says, "This is my only creation, and it is very good." For the Father marvels at what you are, knowing perfectly well that what you are emerged from out of her holy mind. Likewise, look upon your creation and marvel. How is it that you could abide in this time frame on this planet? How could it be that you can place yourself behind the wheel of an automobile and actually get from point A to point B? That is a mystery and a marvel, and no one knows how it's done, and yet it is done. The reason it's done is that all power has been given unto you, and what you decree is. For a man or a woman shall decree a thing, and it shall be so. You have decreed this moment. Own it. For by owning it right now, you can begin to sense the incredible and awesome power that flows through you in each moment. It is the power to create. So begin there, by choosing each day now to cultivate the practice in this manner. Set the intention so that in each hour of your day, for 3 to 5 minutes, you practice bringing this quality of awareness to exactly whatever you are experiencing when the thought arises to do the practice. You see, where does that thought come from? Imagine you're going through the day and you're hustling and bustling about. You've gone to your office or your work, you've talked to friends, you've bought groceries, you've done all these things, and suddenly the thought appears. Oh, focus on being aware that I am literally the creator of what I experience. Do you think it just happened by accident? No. The thought is penetrating what you call your conscious awareness from the depth of your mind that rests next to the mind of God. Therefore, the power to generate the very thought is an effect of God's will entering into your field of being, and penetrates the veil of distraction and shining forth as the thought, oh, that's right, 5 minutes every hour. Can you feel that awesomeness of that? For you are linked to the mind of God, and God knows how to bring you back to complete freedom and perfect peace and mastery of this entire realm. Therefore, those who truly love God, those that would truly awaken, will feel something compelling them to master this simple practice for 5 minutes of each hour. They will learn to delight, and they will look forward to it. And pretty soon, these 5 minutes will stretch into 6, and then 10, and 15, 50, until finally there is established in their awareness, like a background, if you will, the awareness that everything that arises, they have decreed it, and so it is so. 5 minutes every hour is not much to ask. For 5 minutes every hour be you, therefore, as you are created to be, a creator, decreeing that which brings forth experience, and never again allow yourself to tell yourself, Well, I'm really here because I have to be. I'm really just doing this because, well, it's what I have to do. Take the words ought and should and must and have to, write them on a piece of paper. Look at them and then light a match and light the corner of the paper, and let the paper burn and dissolve to dust. For it is a symbol of allowing the energy you've given those words to become again as the dust or the ash of the ground. Clear from your consciousness all identification with such words, for all of them are denials of reality. Many times I've shared with you that you need do nothing. Listen to those words and take them into yourself, as though they are your own voice, because they are. I need do nothing. We don't have to survive. Whoever told you you had to? You don't have to make everybody happy. Whoever told you you had to? Whoever told you that you could make anybody happy? You don't have to abide as a body in space and time. Whoever told you that you had to? You don't have to pay your bills. How irresponsible. Who told you that? You literally need do nothing. It's quite different than wanting or choosing to do something. You don't need to love your parents. You don't need to honor your father and your mother. You don't need to worship me or love me. You don't need to love yourself. You literally need do nothing. For need is an expression of the perception that there is something you lack. And because you are one with God, there is never a moment when you lack anything at all. I need do nothing. Can you allow the thought to emerge in the mind when you arise in the morning? I don't have to get out of this bed. I don't have to go to an office. I don't need to fulfill that order. I don't need to say good morning to my mate. I literally need do nothing. For how can there be the power of freedom to choose and to create when you are being governed by the belief of the world that you must be a certain way, that you need to be acceptable to others, that you need to conform and fit in, that you need to dress the way others dress, that you need to be committed to surviving an extra day upon this plane? There can be no freedom where there is need. So those are the first two axioms of the way of the heart, to be built on, to be remembered, to be cultivated daily. I am created as my Father created me to be. I am free, and nothing sources my experience but me in each moment. Nothing has an effect upon me whatsoever, save that which I choose to allow to affect me. I need do nothing. Again, we would ask you at least twice in each of your days, and in the beginning we would suggest here that in the morning and in the evening, as you are arising and you are retiring, to cultivate for 5 minutes the repetition of that thought, so that you feel it in your bones. I need do nothing. It will come as quite a shock to your consciousness, and the mind will say, but I have all these things I have to. Oh, well, what about this and what about that? And, oh my goodness. Well, will the world stop spinning if I stop needing? That's up to the world, not up to you. I need do nothing. The power of these first two axioms will be what everything that follows is built on. And yet everything that follows is merely a way of watering these two axioms and making them the anchor of your awareness. For when the anchor is firmly in place, you will literally create whatever you so desire. From perfect freedom, from perfect deliberateness, you will even transcend miracle-mindedness. For miracles you see as you begin to open to miracle-mindedness, you marvel. Wow, that was a miracle. How great. Miracle-mindedness is still a stage of perception just short of mastery. For mastery comes when you know that you are literally and deliberately creating. and there is nothing miraculous about it. You will decree a thing, and it shall be so. That is to create as God creates. For while he marvels at you, he knows perfectly well that your creation was not a miracle. It was very deliberate, born from the pure radiance of love. God does not sit on his throne and say, I wonder if I'm worthy to create my children. I wonder if I'm worthy to express myself through divine spark of consciousness that they are. Never does it enter into the holy mind of God, I wonder if it's okay if I create a solar system. God receives a thought, or a thought emanates within his holy mind. He decrees it, and it is so. And he looks upon all things and says, it is very good. The third and last exercise that we would give you in this hour is this. Choose something that you do every day, that you are convinced is so utterly ordinary that it certainly doesn't hold any power or any spiritual meaning whatsoever. It could be something as simple as having a glass of water, brushing your teeth, yawning. Pick something that you know you do every day and decide to make that the focus of your worship, so that when you do it, you stop and you go, 'tis very good. Even at something as simple as raising your head from the pillow, become aware of it. Own it as self-created. And then say within yourself as you contemplate that action, it is very good. I have done this, and it is good. I have created. And again, those that are truly committed will find that they begin to enjoy the process, and they begin to apply it more and more to other events in their lives. They begin to reawaken the childlike joy of building a castle in the sandbox. For in truth, that's all you're doing here. Consciousness is your sandbox, and you are all creating castles. You've simply forgotten to enjoy them. And when you want to get rid of them, you now lament. Oh, but if I give this up and change my mind and move on, what will happen to my creations? What will others think of me if I act like a child and just take my little plastic shovel and knock the castle down and go in and have a sandwich for lunch? What will people think of me? Will I fit in? Will I be accepted? Will I be judged? Will I be persecuted? Who cares? For the opinions of others mean nothing unless, of course, you want them to mean something. And now we come to what concludes this hour, what blocks you in your mind. For even as you are listening to this, many of you are recognizing a resistance. That resistance is the energy of fear. What will happen if I follow this path? That part of your mind called the ego will rise up to tell you that if you listen to the crazy one, that some have called the savior of the world, it will take you to a path of destruction. That's because the voice of ego knows that it will be destroyed if this path is followed. You cannot be destroyed, the reality of who you are. That resistance then is fear, and fear is one of the energies out of alignment with the truth of the kingdom. Therefore, indeed, fear not, but continue in faith. For I say unto you, what you will discover at the end of this pathway is the perfect freedom, the perfect power, the perfect spaciousness, the perfect joy, the perfect peace of living literally in the kingdom of heaven. So the choice is yours. And for those of you that will feel this resistance come up so strongly, for those of you that will yet call unto me in your dreams and your prayers, help me through this, I say unto you that you walk not alone. For I cannot be further from you than the width of a thought, and yes, you are the creator of that thought. I would share with you that I too embarked upon just such a path, and each what you might call axiom that I will share with you and refine for you. Many of the exercise that we would give unto you in this coming year are specifically exercises in truth that were given unto me from the time I was initiated by certain Essene teachers in the way of the heart. And when my teacher said, "It is time for you to go spend 40 days and 40 nights in the desert," do you not believe that resistance came up within me too? That I too had to notice that I was creating a thought of fear and separating myself from the great protection and love of God? That I had to physically move the body into the wilderness to move through my own rings of fear, to discover what was on the other side? The pathway, then, that I have walked is the pathway that you are walking. And if our pathway is the same, then we walk together to God and away from illusion and pain and weakness and unworthiness and guilt and death. So engage in your exercise with great zeal, with great joy, and above all, with great outrageous playfulness. Learn to look with innocence upon all that arises. And if you put these little exercises to work, much indeed will arise. Practice then well, and practice with joy. Know that you are loved, loving, and lovable, and that in truth the only thing that's occurring is that an old dream is being released, that a new dream might replace it, the dream of worthiness and of peace and of wakefulness and of union with all of creation. And during this coming year, again, there will be others who will have specific guidance to give you through this, my beloved brother. For again I say, I come not alone in the specific work, but I come with many who support your healing and your awakening. Therefore, indeed, be at peace this day, beloved friends. Abide lovingly with your creations. Amen. The Way of the Heart, Lesson 3. Now we begin. And indeed, greeting unto you, beloved and holy friends. If I speak in the language of your world, I cannot find those words that can convey to you the love which I feel for you. I cannot find the words that can convey unto you the love that I feel, that God has for all of us. If I search the languages of your world, I cannot find a concept, a word, an idea, a philosophy, a dogma that can contain, in truth, the mystery that is closer to you than your own breath and awaits your discovery. If I search throughout all of creation, if I search through the many mansions that exist within the domains of my Father's creation, and that creation is infinite, try as I might, I cannot discover anything that can truly describe you. I cannot find that which is of greater value than you. In truth, I cannot discover anything that speaks more eloquently of the love of God is than your very existence. Therefore, in truth, I look upon you constantly, and marvel at the radiance of my Father's love. It is then through you that I come to discover all that God is. And as a man, when I walked upon your plane, I began to realize that the greatest gift that I could ever receive would only come to me as I chose to surrender every perception that I might conjure up about you, my brother or sister, that would veil the truth that is true about you always. When I was of 9 years of age, I began to awaken to exactly what I am describing to you. And as my father would take me to sit with the elders, and as he would read from the Torah to me, I began to be compelled by something within. Something began to speak to me, that underneath all of the perceptions that I could create of another, there was something radiant and shimmering waiting to be discovered. I began to feel very different from my peers. I began to be preoccupied with inner things. And when I listened to the elders speak, I would often feel as though I had drifted far away from where they were. And pictures would come to me, and thoughts would come to me, and feelings would come to me that I did not understand, and I hadn't assimilated into my being. But something began to compel me. How might I discover how to see only that shimmering radiance? Would it be possible for me to see my brothers and sisters as my Father sees his children? And, in truth, I discovered that the way to see with the eyes of Christ begins with the acceptance that I, as a creator, created in the image of God, indeed literally chose every experience and call it to me, that I create the veils through which I view creation. And I began to shift gears slightly. I began even to be seen as someone who was rebelling against the teachings of my Essene elders. For I began to move away from striving for God, from striving for perfection, and began to cultivate within myself the process of allowing. I discovered that if I looked upon my perceptions, my feelings, my behavior exactly as they were, without overshadowing them with my own interpretations, if I could teach myself to embrace things with innocence, veils began to be dissolved from my mind. For when I was 9 years old, I had already learned to be fearful of thinking, or speaking, or acting in a way that was not in conformity to the prevailing wisdom of that time, even within the Essene community, which had already become rather rigidified. There was already much dogma, and dogma always leads to bickering. I began to discover that if I looked with innocence upon all things, a light began to shine through the things I was looking at. And as I rested more and more in this innocence, more and more the light would shine. And as I grew in age, I began to discover that the old teachers who spoke of the need to forgive 70 times 7 knew something quite profound that had even been lost within the tradition, the Jewish and the Essene tradition of my day. For you see, to forgive means to choose to release another from the perceptions that you have been projecting upon them. It is, therefore, an act of forgiving oneself of one's projections. And as we begin to forgive, even unto 70 times 7, each time you forgive, you take yourself deeper into the purity of your own consciousness. You begin to see how profoundly you have been coloring and they are affecting all of your relationships through the simple act of not being aware of the power of projection. Therefore, I learned, and learned well, that forgiveness is an essential key to healing. The opposite of forgiveness is judgment, and judgment always creates separation and guilt. Judgment will evoke a sense of guilt in the one who has been judged, unless, of course, they are perfectly awake. But more than this, each time that you judge anything or anyone, you have literally elicited guilt within yourself, because there is a place within you, yet still, that knows the perfect purity of your brother and sister, and sees quite clearly that all things within the human realm are either the extension of love or a cry for help and healing. Therefore, beloved friends, when you judge, you have moved out of alignment with which it is true. You have decreed that the innocent are not innocent, and if you would judge another as being without innocence, you have already declared that this is true about you. Therefore, to practice forgiveness actually cultivates the quality of consciousness in which, finally, you come to forgive yourself. And it is indeed the forgiven who remember their God. And so, therefore, in this hour, beloved friends, we would wish to share with you the power of forgiveness, how to cultivate it, how to refine it, How to understand the depth of that can be revealed to you as you forgive 70 times 7 times. How to bring up within you that which has not yet been forgiven, but perhaps forgotten. We would speak also in this hour of what perception is and what projection is. Beloved friends, these things are of critical importance, for anyone who enters into a so-called spiritual path must eventually face and deal with their deep need for forgiveness, which is an expression of the soul's deep desire to be forgiven. For there is no one who walks this plane who has not been touched by the poison of judgment. Beloved friends, as we speak of these things, though, let not seriousness enter the mind. For in truth, all we are really doing is describing for you what you need to do and can do in order to release the burden of illusion that seems to cause you to feel a heaviness upon your countenance, a sense of a lack of safety in the world. You could think of it as taking your rheostat and turning it up a bit by enlightening you, taking your burden of guilt and judgment from you. Therefore, in truth, understand well. Forgiveness is essential. And what has not been forgiven others has not been forgiven you. Not by a God that sits outside of you, for the Father never judges. What you have not forgiven in another or in the world is but a reflection of what you carry within, as a burden that you cannot forgive of yourself. You have an interesting saying in your world: it takes one to know one. Do you think you would even be able to judge another if there wasn't something within you being elicited that triggers within you the belief that you know exactly what the other one is up to? And that's why you judge them. And sometimes you judge harshly because you fear that energy in yourself. Or you remember how hurtful you have been when you have acted from that energy. But when you have forgiven yourself, rest assured, you will know what it means to walk in this world, yet be not of this world. You will be able to find and feel the energy of the activities that any other soul may freely choose. And you will discern that energy. You will understand that energy. You will see through it and still see the face of Christ before you. You will not react, which literally means to act again as you did in the past. Instead, if you are being persecuted, or to speak from personal experience, to be nailed upon a cross, you will have cultivated the ability to love. And in all situations, no matter what another is doing, your first response will be to enter into the quiet stillness within and merely ask the Holy Spirit, "What would you have me say? What is most appropriate for this other soul in this moment?" For when forgiveness has purified the mind and the heart and the emotional field of your own beingness, you will discover that you exist only to extend love. You are the Savior of the world, and in each situation your role is to ask the Holy Spirit how you can serve the atonement, the correction, the healing that yet needs to be acquired within another soul. So even if one is hating you, you will not respond with defensiveness, but with curiosity, with innocent witnessing. And even if your hands have nails going through them, and I tell you truthfully, it is possible to still enter the quiet sanctuary of the heart and ask of the Holy Spirit, "What would you have me say or do that can serve the healing of my brother or sister's heart?" So that is where we're going. And all that we will be sharing with you, not just in this hour, but in this year, has as its final goal your complete Christed consciousness, the fulfillment of what your own soul desires, forgiveness. There is, first, nothing you can be aware of in the energy of another that you have not known in yourself. There is nothing another can say or do or even imagine themselves capable of saying or doing that you have not also known. Again, it takes one to know one. And when you perceive another acting out of hostility or fear or what have you, the only way you can recognize it is because you have been there. The very fact that in your world one can murder another's body, and you can react with a knowledge that is inappropriate behavior, is because as a soul you know the energies involved in the attempt to murder another. And in truth, if you're honest with yourselves, you can probably come up with at least 50 times in the last year that murderous thoughts have entered your mind. You may not act on them, you may not even dwell on them for more than a split second, but the energy has come into the field of your awareness, and you have known it and recognized it. Who then is less than you? Who then is worthy of your judgment? No one. Who then is equal to you? Everyone. And who then is worthy of your love? Everyone. Forgiveness is the bridge that links you to the soul, the essence of your brother or sister. Forgiveness is that bridge that, when cultivated, will allow you to see clearly, and not just the energies that another is expressing, but you will literally be able to see what events seem to cultivate that soul's belief that they must act in a way to survive, to live. What perceptions have led them to feel justified in their inappropriate behavior? You will see it as clearly as though someone had drawn a picture in front of you. And then you will see skillfully what to say and what to do to gently help another correct their misperception of themselves and learn the path of self-forgiveness. And when the hour comes, rest assured you will walk in this world, yet you will not be in it. You will be as I became. You will be the Savior of the world. What is projection? Projection occurs when there has first been denial within yourself. Projection is an act in which you physically try and throw out your ownership, everything that you have judged as being despicable or unworthy of you, something you don't want, and so you will project it. You will throw it up and out and let it land on whomever happens to be nearby. Projection is the effect of the denial of the first axiom that we have given you. It is the denial of the truth that nothing you experience has been caused by anything outside of you. Projection, then, is the attempt to insist that reality is other than the way God made it, that you are not powerful, that you are a victim of circumstance, that you're in a world that can actually do things to you and make you, or cause you to make, decisions that you wouldn't have made otherwise. That is always denial, and it is a lie. Projection is a denial of the first axiom of truth, and you've mastered it well. When you project unto another, you will then believe that your anger, your hatred is justified. Rest assured, there are many in your legal system. In fact, the legal system means merely to take the act of projection and the need to judge it and to make it okay socially, so that you need not be concerned with this other as your brother or as your sister who has been crying out for help, but rather you become justified in punishment. And yet punishment itself is only the insane attempt to convince the punisher that the darkness, the evil, whatever you want to call it, is not in them, it is out there. Imagine then a society in which the prevalent legal view is simply that your brother or your sister is an aspect of yourself, and if you would help yourself, you must help them to meet each cry for help and healing with forgiveness, love, and support. Can you imagine for a moment what it would be like to live in such a society? How would it be different than the world you see? And yet, if you would have these things be different, it must begin with you. For the way to heal the world is not by seeking to change what is on the outside, but by first changing what is on the inside. For when that change has occurred, you will become a conduit for an energy that knows how to use your gifts to place you in just the right situation. and a great power will work effectively through you. The power alone which knows how to heal your world. There are many indeed that would love to march for peace by angrily attacking those who make war. But if you would create peace in this world, you must be at peace within yourself. So projection is an act of trying to get rid of what you don't want to own within. It is the effect of the denial of truth. Projection colors your brother or sister with the very energies that you would judge within yourself. How then to begin to break the pattern of projection? How then to allow the bridge of forgiveness to be built? It is actually quite simple, but it will require your commitment. I have said to you many times that the world you see is nothing more than the effect of the thoughts you have held within the mind. Therefore, awakening requires the act of vigilance and discipline. The discipline to cultivate a way of living in which you observe your own thoughts, in which you listen to the words that are coming out of your mouth, in which you observe the feelings that are evoked within your body, the reactivity that seems to own you, and to see these things as innocent and simply self-caused. When next, then, something is reflected to you by the world that caused you to become angry, causes you to be in judgment, stop right where you are and look, not with judgment of your judgment, but with the innocence and honesty. Oh, I see that I am judging someone. That's an interesting cloud passing through the sky of my awareness. I wonder if I might be able to make another choice. Now the mind will tell you, but this person just broke into my house and stole my stereo. Of course I have a right to be in judgment. I have a right to feel angry. But I say unto you, anger is never justified. It doesn't mean you won't experience it, but stop fooling yourself into believing that there is some validity to it. What if that one who has just broken into your home and taken your stereo equipment or what have you, some other idol that you love? What if you understand that you had the power in that moment to remember that all events are neutral? They merely provide you with a chance to choose love. What if you literally chose the insane way, according to the world, of looking upon that one who has just done the act as a brother or sister who is crying out for help and healing, who does not know how to live in this world without being of the world, who does not know the way to self-forgiveness, that does not know the truth of the light that lives within them, that does not recognize their great power to create whatever they want in a way that is not hurtful to anyone, to look upon them with compassion rather than reactivity. It begins in simple ways, and to set the stage, I want you to very much remember that time has been given to you that you might use it constructively. That means when you awaken in the morning, realize that you are in school. You don't have to drive anywhere, you're already there. And that the universe is literally helping to assist you into having experiences that will bring things up for you, so that you can choose to look at them differently, thereby discovering the great power within you, the freedom within you, to choose what you want to perceive, to elicit only what you want to feel. So again, that even if nails are being driven through your hands, you finally are liberated in the power to choose love and therefore to overcome this world. Having said this, understand then that each of your days is a blessing and a gift. And if you use from the full commitment to awakening, your day is chock full of a million opportunities to discover a deeper truth. Therefore, never feel that the purpose of your life must be something other than what you're involved in. For remember that we speak of earlier, you are literally creating everything you choose, and nothing is forced upon you. And now we're going to take that thought just a little deeper for a moment, because it literally means that if you have decided you want to awaken, it means you have already called to yourself every experience that can truly best serve your awakening. and the friends and the family, the people you have relationships with, are those who likewise can best gain from the experiences elicited through your relationship. It means that right here, right now, you already are demonstrating the power that you are seeking, the power to truly choose and to awaken, and to command the whole of creation to serve you in that awakening. Therefore, when you awaken in each of your mornings, look around. Who's that person sleeping next to you? They are your perfect companion. They are a messenger of God. And just behind all of that, you see, because your mind is resting right next to the mind of God when you first set it as a soul. I want to awaken. I want to go home. The Father answered your prayer and began to send the thought through your spirit and through your soul to your conscious mind. I know how to direct you home. Give up this career and start that one. Move from this location to that location. And you began to feel all manner of impulses. You began to read different books. You began to do different things. You met someone and fell in love, all by accident. Hardly. So the very thought that you would claim as your own, from which you have created the world of your own personal experience, is also literally the result of your prayer to awaken. And the Father is creating, assisting you to create just those experiences as stepping stones that carry you from where you are to where God is. The result is that your ordinary daily life is the most perfect ashram you could ever be within. It is the holy city to which it is wise to make pilgrimage every day, which means to bring awareness and commitment to exactly what you are experiencing, to be thankful for it, to bless it, to embrace it, to be vigilant and to be mindful. What is this moment teaching me? Having given that then as background and foundation, remember that you do not experience anything that is called an ordinary moment. Each and every moment, extraordinary things are occurring. Extraordinary things are occurring in which the whole of the universe is conspiring, which means to breathe together. The universe is conspiring with you to awaken you, to heal you. Trust it. Love it. These are the things that are true, and I assure you that they are. It means that your life, the very life you are living, is equal in power and majesty and effectiveness as any life that has ever been lived. It means that your very life is equal to the one that I lived. For it is bringing you home as my life was my pathway home to God. And so, to build on what we shared earlier, the third axiom or principle could be encapsulated in this way. I do not live any ordinary moments. With each breath, my experiences are the stepping stones laid before me of God, to guide me home. Therefore, I will bring awareness to each moment and allow it to teach me how to forgive, how to embrace, how to love, and therefore how to live fully. In your ordinary moments, 1,000 times each day, you'll be confronted by opportunities to be disturbed. And in that very same moment, you are being given the blessing of an opportunity to choose peace, to remember to cultivate a perception of your brother or sister that is a perception birthed out of the Christ mind, not the egoic mind. Forgiveness, then, can be practiced diligently, and you don't need to look too far. You will not need to make a pilgrimage to some far city. You do not need to go sit in a cave in the mountains somewhere to discover the way to God. It is all around you, because you can only be where you have decreed to be. And you have decreed to be there because you, as a soul, truly want nothing more than to awaken. And your life, just as it is unfolding, moment to moment, is meant for you. If this is true, and I assure you that it is, the way to God can only be found in your willingness to embrace and live fully the very life that is within you, that unfolds through you with each moment. To live without fear, to go forward, to indeed trust, to embrace the very power and the majesty that is the seed, the soil, the ground, which is your life's experiences unfolding. It is precious, it is extraordinary, and it is blessed. And it is given you of God. Would you not embrace the blessing of your life and sanctify it to keep it holy? And to indeed draw the lines and recognize that your life is worthy of your respect. It doesn't matter what anybody else thinks. It matters what you think. Beloved friends, your life is your way home. If you do not live it fully, how can you ever arrive home? Therefore, fear not your greatness. Fear not the power that comes from embracing your life and claiming its value. Live it full out of every bit of passion you can muster. Embrace every second of it. Every time you wash your dish and cup after breakfast, look upon these things and go, my God, this is my life. This is my pathway home, and I am going to live it. Indeed, precious friends, in this way you will come to forgive yourself of judgments you have made. For who among you has not known the feeling of saying, God, my life isn't worth very much. I'll never be like so-and-so down the street. I'll never have enough money, and not enough people are going to know me. And when will my work ever get out as big as that person's work? Etc., etc., etc. But I say unto you, every time you've judged yourself, you have weakened yourself. Every time you have judged yourself or another, you have slipped down the mountain another notch when your desire is to be at the summit. Understand these things, then. Let us look more closely at forgiveness. How does it work? What really occurs when you forgive? You are a conduit of energy. To the degree that the conduit is in perfect working order, the energy can flow so radiantly that the conduit actually becomes transparent. That is, it no longer blocks. There is no barrier or limit to the light. When you judge, it is as though you contracted. You made the walls of the conduit smaller, just like building up rust in your pipes. And the flow becomes less and less, and as you forgive judgment, it is as though the rust in the pipe were dissolving. It is as though the walls of the pipe that are carrying the liquid of God's love begin to expand and become thinner and more transparent. Judgment is contraction. Forgiveness is relaxation and peace and trust and faith. Forgiveness allows the spaciousness within your consciousness to grow. For when you look upon the thief that has broken into your home and say, I forgive you, you are decreeing the opposite of what you have learned. You are decreeing that nothing can be taken from you of any value. You are decreeing that judgment is of the opposite of what you want, and it will cause you to feel the opposite of how you want to feel. You are decreeing your power to perceive differently. You are therefore healing yourself. And if you ever want to come home, you're going to have to become very, very divinely selfish. You're going to have to become so selfish that you will not tolerate judgment in yourself of anyone or anything. Because you will begin to recognize that every little act catapults you to the other side of the universe from where you want to be. It causes the very cellular structure. If you could see this, you would never judge again. When you judge, even the cells of your body go crazy. They vibrate in a completely dissonant way, and there is contraction. The fluids do not move through the cells. The nutrients do not become transported or delivered to the cells. The waste matter isn't processed properly. Everything gets clogged up, and there is dis-ease. Therefore, beloved friends, understand well that judgment is not something to take lightly. Should you then judge yourself if you've noticed you've been in judgment? No, that's a judgment in itself. Only love can heal. Therefore, when you know you're judged, go, ah yes, that's that energy. I recognize that cloud that has just passed through the field of my awareness, but I can choose again. So how does this work? If in your ordinary daily life, that we now know is not ordinary at all, If you detect that you have been in judgment of someone or something, recognize that that judgment is still with you. It's a present thing, even though you may have enacted it 5 minutes ago or 55 years ago or 10 lifetimes ago. When you notice it or bring awareness to it, you have made it a very present thing. So it's right there in front of you to be undone, and that's when you need to focus on, I'm going to choose again. Know you the experience of looking back in your life and suddenly seeing a scene in which now you know you have behaved selfishly from ego, that you were manipulative or cunning or hurtful, or you recognize, my God, I was really in judgment of that person. If only I could go back and undo that. Know you that feeling? I say unto you, you can, because everything is present. There is no such thing as past and future. There is only now. So when you have that thought or that memory, it's coming to you for a very specific reason. As a soul, you are learning about forgiveness and how to undo the effects of your previous choices. And so it is being presented to you yet again that you might make a new choice. So when the old memory comes, stay with it. Look at it, recognize how judgment worked at that time, and then say to that person or to that event, I judge you not. I extend forgiveness to myself for what I have created. I embrace you and I love you. And I free you to be yourself, and I bless you with the blessings of Christ. Then see that image or that memory begin to gently dissolve into light until there is no trace of it left, and be done with it. And right away the mind says, well, yes, but when I kicked that little boy in the shins when I was 4 years old, just to watch him scream, he's not here. Isn't he? The body is not here, but the body is not quite the soul. And all minds are joined. It means that where you extend forgiveness within the consciousness, within your emotional field to another, whether they be physically present or not, you are extending to them exactly what you could extend to them if they were physically in front of you. Because you see, even if you were there, they still have to receive it, don't they? They still have their choices to make, whether to accept your forgiveness or to remain in judgment of you. And that's their issue and not yours. Understand then that you are dealing with consciousness. You are not a physical being, you are spirit. And you are intimately linked with all minds and all times. Therefore, forgiveness of another can occur any time you decide that it can occur. Anyone you have ever believed has wronged you can be forgiven by you in this very moment. Any time you've judged another and therefore been in judgment of yourself, you can undo that in the very present moment simply by making a different choice. Rest assured, you will continue to project upon others what remains unhealed, unforgiven within yourself. Each time you react to another, you are being given a sign that there's some kind of energy that's been presented to your awareness that you have not forgiven within yourself. If someone is critical, and that pushes your buttons every time they're critical, rest assured you have not healed that part of your own beingness. That part of your own experience of being critical of others, whether it's occurring now or whether it seems to be a pattern that you have interrupted and no longer do. You still not forgiven yourself for having identified with that energy. Using your ordinary experience and in each day to observe what pushes your buttons, and if you will stay with it, and in just a moment we will give you a very simple technique for doing so. If you can stay with it, it will reveal to you the energies that are in need of your forgiveness. The technique is quite simple. As you go through your day, observe when you feel as though you are in contraction. Are the muscles of the body tight? Is the breath very shallow? Does your voice become faster or louder when you speak about some energy in someone else? That is a sign that you need to do healing within yourself. When you recognize that these kinds of signs are going on, in other words, life has presented you with an opportunity to be disturbed. That is a sign that there is something that requires healing. So therefore, count it as a blessing if you feel disturbed. Turn your awareness from what you think is causing the disturbance and remember the first axiom. I am the source of my experience. I'm feeling disturbed. What is it in me that needs to be healed? Begin to breathe deeply with the body and rhythmically. Let the body soften and relax and ask, what is it within this person's energy that is really pushing my buttons? And you will see it right away. Oh, they are so critical. Criticism pushes my buttons. Where have I been critical of others? And it might hit you right away, well, I'm being critical because they're critical. Or memories will come back, distasteful memories if you're judging them. Let them come back, continue to breathe and relax. Look upon that energy of being critical, honor it, love it, for it is a creation. It is your creation coming back to you that you might embrace them and transform them. And in that example, just stay with it. Look at it. Being critical, yes. I can sure be critical. I've been that way in the past. I know that energy very well. Look upon a scene in your memory in which you have been the one being critical. Look upon it with deep honesty and sincerity and say with yourself, I forgive me for being critical. I forgive my judgment of myself. I choose to teach only love. Watch that image disappear from your mind, dissolve from your mind, and bring it back to the present moment, to that person that just pushed your button. Again, you don't need to say anything to them at all, although you might. But within yourself, forgive them for allowing the energy of being critical to temporarily make a home in their mind, and merely ask the Holy Spirit to replace your perception with the truth. Ask to see the innocent light within them. As you cultivate this, you'll become very, very good at it. You will be able to do that at fast. Snap your finger, and once you begin to see the light in them, you can ask the Holy Spirit, what is this critical energy in them making? What are they really crying out for? And then you will feel compassion. First it will be revealed to you why they are hurting inside. And lo and behold, instead of being reactionary with them, you just might be compassionate. Your choice of words, your own behavior might turn out to be different than you could have ever imagined, and yet through you will be channeled exactly what serves them. When I was being nailed to the cross, there was indeed one who raised the mallet to strike the nail. And as he raised the mallet, his eyes met mine for just a moment. And I did exactly what I have described to you. I first remembered, and by this time I had mastered this, so it was done very quickly. I asked, how have I ever wanted to drive a nail through someone else? And I remembered my murderous thoughts. I forgave myself and brought my attention back to that one, and asked only to see the light in him, and I asked, what is it that this action is mirroring to me? What is it masking within me? And I saw that one soul, and I loved that one soul, and I felt compassion for that one. And in that moment, mark my words, in that moment of eye contact, that one got it. Because my energy was different, it created the space in which that soul could make a new choice. And that soul saw suddenly the entirety of its experience and realized that if it allowed that mallet to fall upon the nail, it would be a decision to choose to continue being nothing more than a doormat for other people's perceptions. And in that very instant, that soul decided to follow the path that would lead to sovereign mastery, and never again to be a pawn of any government or any group or any faction or anyone. He dropped the mallet from his hand. This was a Roman soldier, stood up and walked away and simply disappeared. That one has gone on to become a master that is known by literally thousands of beings. He is not in physical form. This one visits many, teaches many. This one indeed incarnated perfect mastery and therefore transcended the world. And it all began as a result of my desire to teach only love. And now we have a very good friendship. So you see, you may not know how powerful your choice for healing is. You may not really see how deeply and profoundly it will affect you, as you go on being a creator and you go on forever. And you can never possibly know what fruits will be born from that tree in the life of another, but because all minds are joined. When you choose healing through forgiveness, you literally create the space in which the other can also heal their life. Let no moment then be wasted. See nothing as ordinary, and see not the perceptions taught to you of the world be justified within yourself. But be you wholly committed to rooting up and out of your being as anything that is unlike the love of Christ. Think not that I am the only one that can love this way. It is not true. You are here to love as I learned to love. Why? Because you are that love, and everything else is just a smokescreen. Forgiveness is necessary. Forgiveness is a skill and an art that will pay you dividend upon dividend upon dividend upon dividend. It will never cease in paying you. Each moment in which you choose forgiveness, you have literally saved yourself 1,000 years of suffering. Whoa! And I mean that about as literally as one can mean it. In short, every act of forgiveness is a miracle that shortens the need for experience in this dimension. And when you find yourself in a situation that you believe is too big, rest assured it is because something big has finally come to the surface to be healed within you, so that more power can shine forth through you because you have reached the place where you are ready for it. More of Christ can be lived. It is very, very important to let each day be sufficient unto itself. That is, when you end your day, always truly end it. And do not take 4 hours of ritual. You can do it within one breath. As you take a deep breath, as you rest your head upon your pillow, look upon your whole day, embrace it with your consciousness. And as you let your breath go out, say with your consciousness, I release and forgive this day. It has been perfect and it is done. Let it go, and just let it go. Why? Because if you don't, you'll just bring it with you. Know you that experience. And for 3 weeks later you're going, oh gosh, why did I make that decision 3 weeks ago? If I only would have made a different decision, this wouldn't have happened, that wouldn't have happened. Well, that's probably true. But the point is now, 3 weeks later, you're still hitting yourself over the head by bringing the past with you. And you miss the glory of the present. You've all heard that 1,000 times because it's the truth. Consciousness is very subtle and a powerful thing. You cannot help but create. Remember, the goal of this year is to learn to deliberately create with perfect mastery. Therefore, look upon the things of the day and say, it is very good, and it is finished. Let each night, when you rest your head upon the pillow, and you know you are about to go off to sleep, be just like God was in the story, your biblical story of creation, in which it is written that on the seventh day God rested. God was finished in a sense within that story, and had the same quality at the end of each of your days if you are carrying some kind of emotional reaction because of something someone said or did or whatever, or something you said or did. Practice forgiveness before you sleep, because if you don't, you will keep experiencing the conflicted energies during your dream states, and communication between you and the other ones who has not yet been forgiven will keep on going until that forgiveness is completed within you. I hope that makes sense to you, because it is very important. Time should never be taken frivolously. Play with it, yes, but play with it out of consciousness, out of clarity, out of recognizing that there is no such thing as an idle thought. Each thought creates a world of experience for you, and you are worthy of experiencing heaven. We will have much more to say about forgiveness as we begin to plummet the depths of what is discovered as you practice forgiveness 70 times, 7 times. It takes you deeper and deeper into the very mechanics of consciousness until the very mechanics of creation. Forgiveness. Put it at the top of your list until you know how perfectly forgiven you are. Be you, therefore, vigilant against denying what is still in need of forgiveness within you. For what you deny, you will project, and each projection is a hurtful act to yourself, also to the other, of course, but to yourself. So we will let that be enough for now. There is much that has been said in this hour that needs to be listened to again, and yet again, so that the awareness begins to truly grasp how important and how powerful forgiveness is. You will reach a place where you are absolutely delighted in going through your day expressing forgiveness, like a wave emitting itself from the ocean of your consciousness. Even if nobody is doing anything, forgiveness itself becomes a delightful energy to live within. Therefore, indeed, beloved friends, forgive you well yourself, and you have forgiven Christ. And when Christ is forgiven, Christ will arise and make his home in your heart, and in your mind, and even in the cells of your body. And you will know what it means to walk in this world, yet not be of the world. And when you look in the mirror, you will say, "Behold, the Savior appears." It will not be egoic arrogance that says it, but the recognition of what is true always. I am my Father's child, and I am sent into this world to bring light to it. So be you therefore at peace. Practice forgiveness well, until it becomes like taking a breath. And you will discover power that you didn't know could exist, and freedom whose taste is sweet above honey. I forgive you, not because I've judged you, but because I know the blessings that forgiveness brings to me. Forgiveness is something I perfected as a man. Perfect it within yourself as well, and you will know the glory of Christ. Be you, therefore, at peace, beloved friends. Amen. The Way of the Heart, Lesson 4. Now, we begin. And once again, greetings unto you, beloved and holy friends. Once again, it is with great joy that we come forth to abide with you in this manner. It is with great joy that I come forth with my friends to abide with you in this hour. It is with great joy that I walk with you on the way that you have chosen. For in truth there is not a time that I am not with you. There is not a place in which you can journey where you will not discover my presence. Only reality can be true, and reality is simple. There is but the simplicity of love, and from that ocean there is birthed a multitude of forms, a multitude of worlds, a multitude of creations of which you are one. And like waves arising from the sea, those creations remain linked eternally to their Creator. You are a wave arising from the infinite ocean of the love which is the presence of God. I am a wave that has arisen from the ocean of my Father's holy mind. And though two waves seem to appear separated by what is called time, by even 2,000 of your years, yet, in truth, when seen from a much broader perspective, these waves have risen simultaneously from the ocean surface. They arise for the very same purpose, to express the simplicity, and the innocence, and the beauty, the creativity, the truth, and the reality of the ocean itself. And the waves delight in expressing what seems to be a unique individuality, and yet they carry the common thread of being made of the same substance, and are truly governed by the same laws of creation. For they know not the moment of their own arising. For only the depth of the ocean unseen can know the moment when it chooses to well up and to create the expression of the wave. The power that is not seen, but is hidden in the depth of the ocean, rises up through and forms that wave and sustains that wave throughout the duration of its expression. And it is from the depth of that ocean that it is decided when that wave shall return to the sea. Does that mean it disappears? Only from one perspective. But in reality, the very substance that was made manifest truly has not known birth and death, but only expression. What then, if you were to consider yourself as a wave arising from the holy mind of God, born of God's infinite desire to expand himself, to express the infinite nature of love and creativity? What if you began to realize that all you have called yourself is the effect of love, that you do not cause yourself to come into existence? And yet, as you have arisen from the ocean of love, is not the wave made of the same substance as the sea itself? Are you not given infinite and perfect freedom? For just as your Father perceives you, you are given the freedom to perceive yourself, and all the other waves you might notice, and even the ocean itself, in any way that you choose. The goal, then, of a genuine spirituality is to realign the quality of your perception, to mirror, to resonate with, to be in perfect alignment with the perception of your Creator, to see with God's eyes. Beloved friends, in truth, you remain as you are created to be, and in each and every moment, you are literally using the power found in the silent depth of the ocean of God's love that gave rise to your very creation and existence, to perceive as you desire. Therefore, in this hour we will address the very nature of desire itself, what it means, what it signifies, how it creates effects, the power of desire, the value of desire, the meaning and purpose of desire, and how to begin to bring the energy, which at times feels like a team of 1,000 wild horses, all wanting to go in their own direction. To bring the very power of desire under your conscious and deliberate direction, that you might indeed create as Father created you, with perfect, deliberate, infinite love, with perfect and infinite and deliberate freedom, with perfect and infinite and deliberate joy, and with perfect freedom. Desire. When I walked upon your planet as a man, I confronted many different opinions about the nature of creation, the nature of mankind, the nature of consciousness. Although the word was not around at the time, what you call consciousness or self-identity, just as you are now confronted with many schools of thought, so too was I. And while it can be seen to lead to great confusion, as though one must choose from the smorgasbord, it actually serves not unlike the sand inside the oyster from which the pearl will come. It causes you to grate inside. You must find your own way in your own truth. For before each and every one of you lies your pathway and a doorway, an eye of the needle through which only you can fit. Therefore, in some respects, you are seemingly alone. You must make the decision to desire, above all things, awakening into perfect remembrance of your union with God. Just as a wave might finally decide that it has been birthed, not to be fearful of being a wave, but to truly claim its individuation, to claim its uniqueness, and to live that fully. And in that fullness, to decide to discover a way to be aware of its infinite union with the ocean itself, to somehow break free of the myopic self-identification as one little piece of wave that arises in a place or field of time, lasts for but a second and then disappears. To find a way to transcend that limitation, to become re-identified with a consciousness, a living awareness that you are one with the depth of the sea, that you can operate not from the superficial level of awareness that might be like the foam of the tip of the wave, what you call your conscious or egoic mind, but that you become informed in all that you speak, in all that you do, in all that you create, and all that you perceive by that which resides in the very infinite depth of the ocean itself. Imagine, then, drawing upon a well within you that seems to have no bottom and no sides, through which something is pouring forth from places unseen. in which your literal conscious attention, your conscious awareness, seems to be colored with radiant light that literally leaves you feeling that you are not the body-mind or the personal history with which you had identified before. But these things are only temporal, or temporary and very impersonal effects of a level of desire within your soul, which is one and the same thing as the love of God expressing itself, for no other reason than that love must be extended. Imagine transcending your fear of your own survival, because as you look upon your body-mind, you are no longer identified as that body-mind, that those things have become tools to be utilized by the love which rests in the mind of God, that you live, yet no longer you, but Christ dwells as you. This is a very real experience to be lived. It is not just a philosophy, it is not a concept, and it can never be a dogma. There is a mystical translation that occurs in the depth of the soul, which, in truth, is merely a shifting of where you perceive your sense and source of identity. And the energy required to take you from myopic self-contraction, in which you have become identified with the little drops of foam out on the tip of the water, tossed to and fro by the power that seems to be outside of you, to a sense of identity with the silent depth of the ocean that is everywhere present and it seems to know no beginning or end. The very energy that will carry you from the tip of the wave to the depth of the ocean is the energy of desire. For I say well unto you, that if the Father had not desired to extend love, you would never have come into existence. Your very sense of awareness of self is the result, the effect of love. The very same love that has birthed the sun and the moon and all the stars and every dimension upon dimension upon dimension of creation. That very love that desired for that love to be extended is the very source from which you have been birthed. And as you know yourself to be then, you are the effect of God's desire to extend love. Therefore, when next someone asks you, "Oh, who are you?" please do not give them a name. Do not say, "Well, I was born in a certain town in a certain part of the planet." Don't tell them that you're a Democrat or Republican or a communist or atheist or a Catholic. Tell them the truth. Who am I? I am the extension of love in form. I have never been born, and I will never taste death. I am infinite and eternal. I shine forth as a sunbeam to the sun. I am the effect of God's love, and I stand before you to love you. Now that will raise some eyebrows. It will also transform your world, for it is time to stop seeking Christ outside and start choosing to take responsibility for being Christ incarnate. Desire is everything. Take just a moment right now. Let the body relax and imagine that you could move back from being the actor in the play of your life to being the director and the producer. And you're sitting in a laboratory, your studio, and you're editing the story of your life. And you're looking at all your little film clips from the time you were birthed, the time you went to kindergarten, the time you first fell in love, the time you first decided to go to a movie, the time you went off to college, the time you took a job or this job or that job, or you moved to another physical location. And look closely and see if it is not true that for every action you have ever done, for every decision you've ever made after trying to analyze it all, is there not underneath it the energy of desire? For in truth, you do not lift the body from your couch to go to the refrigerator without the desire to eat. Something calls you into a field of action, an expression of action. It is desire. No one enters into an intimate relationship without the energy of desire. For who two have ever looked upon one another and said, "I don't feel any desire whatsoever, but let's get married and have children and raise a family"? Desire. Desire is the energy which brings forth all waves of creation out of the depth of the ocean itself. And yet, who among you has not felt conflicted about desire? Who among you has not been taught that desire is evil? Who among you has not been taught not to desire to be great? Who among you has not been taught that the desire for material comfort is some sort of a blot on the spiritual path? Look well within your soul and see if this is not true. Have you not feared at times the welling up of the desire within you? For well as I look upon your plane, there are many who have become paralyzed with fear just because they desire to have a bowl of ice cream. So afraid are they that if they give in to that desire, something in the ice cream will cause their body to bloat and their brain to cease functioning. And for those of you in intimate relationships, what you call marriage, a commitment of some kind. There seem to be many levels of commitment in your world. Each has its own definition. How many of you have not carried the belief, taught to you by the world, that if you look or feel an energy of desire welling up within yourself, when you look upon someone who is not your partner, that somehow you have sinned against God? How many of you, then, do not know the experience of trying to rein in the 10,000 horses, so sure that if you give in to the feeling of desire, that everything would run amok, and your attempt to keep your life structured and rigid and predictable would collapse in what you call all hell breaking loose? And yet I say unto you, would you exist if God had feared the desire to create and extend love by forming you, at the same time giving you infinite freedom of choice? Without desire, look around. Not only would you see nothing, there would be nothing to do the seeing. Everything is the effect of desire. Come then to see that desire is not evil. It is not to be feared, it is to be mastered. Mastery is not control. For control, the need to control, is an effect of the energy of fear and not love. Mastery of desire comes when you recognize that you are safe to feel whatever wave of desire might come up through your consciousness. Because you decide whether or not you will act on it, you will bring it into the field of manifestation. The power of choice is the one power that can never be taken from you. You already have perfect mastery of it, because nothing you ever experience comes to you without your decision to allow it into the field of manifestation. Come then to feel that desire is something welling up from the depth beyond yourself that can be looked at with perfect innocence and with the wonder of a child. And that very act of turning to allow and welcome desire is not something that will sidetrack you from the path of awakening, but will indeed take you vertically, if you will, into the heart of God. For if you are to ever create as God creates, you will need to heal your conflicted perceptions about desire. You will need to transcend that energy of fear. There are many who call unto me and pray. This is not an hour in your time frame in which there are not many upon your plane, somewhere on your planet, that are praying to me that want their hearts to be filled with Christ. And yet at the very same time they are scared to death of an energy that wants to move, because they have been taught to fear and to suppress desire. Desire is like the liquid of life that moves through the stem of the rose and allows the petals to radiate with glorious color. And when you block the flow of desire, the petals cannot be nourished. Death begins to occur, death of the heart and death of the soul, lifelessness. If you were to walk down one of your city streets and to truly look into the eyes of everyone you see, and everyone that hears these words has had this experience, would you not recognize that death seems to be already made a home in the minds of many that are living? Death of dreams, death of hope, death of worthiness, death of playfulness, death of true power, death of union with their source and creator. Healing requires the willingness to feel desire to see it as good, to see it as holy. Does that not mean that if you feel a desire, that it might not become twisted by the egoic patterns in your mind? Of course not. There's always that possibility that desire will be twisted to meet the needs of egoic mind within you. But rest assured, if it does, who's done it? You. Always within you. You know that desire is good, but you suppressed it. Always when desire comes forth, those times when you've let it become twisted into serving the goals of the ego, rest assured, you knew perfectly well what you were doing and you were the decision maker. You have learned, therefore, to fear desire because that fear is the effect of fearing yourself. And that is what cripples you. That is what cuts off the creative flow. That is what leads to everything your world knows as the multitude of psychological diseases. An unwillingness to trust oneself, an unwillingness to love oneself. The belief that the desire to move up through your beingness are something evil and dark. If only you could stamp them out of your being, you could remain in control and everybody would like you because you'd conform to the smallness and the littleness that is worshipped in human consciousness. Listen well now to the next axiom we would give you. The only relationship which holds any value at all is your relationship with God, your creative source, the depth of the ocean. And right away the mind wells up. But what about my mate? What about my parents? What about my children? What about the president? What about the postmaster? You will come up with a million examples of relationships that surely have great importance. The only one which holds value is your relationship with God. For when that is in alignment, all of your creations, your choices for relationships, and how you will be within them will flow effortlessly from that alignment. Therefore, seek first the kingdom, and all these things will be added unto you. Do not try to create a rose by starting with the petals, but nourish the roots, and the flowers must blossom. If you are to be in right relationship with your Creator, it is absolutely necessary to correct your perception and relationship with the energy of desire. And it begins by releasing your judgment of it all in all forms. For again, you can only be in love or fear. You can only be in innocence or judgment. Love and innocence are of the kingdom. Fear and judgment are of illusion. Learn then, through simple practice, to interpret the patterns you've learned from this illusory world, so that you release judgment of the energy of desire. This will be different for each and every one, depending upon where they began. But to give you a very simple exercise, when you awaken in the morning, and you've planted your feet firmly on the floor, take pause and ask yourself this question. What do I want right now? Right away the mind will say, well, I'm too busy to know what I want. I have to go off to work. I have to serve everybody else. I'm here to satisfy the world. I have no time to ask myself what I want. Remember that what you decree is, and the thoughts you hold in the mind will be reflected through the nature of your experience. So take pause and ask, what do I want? And then simply give yourself 1 minute to observe whatever comes up in your mind, or even is felt in the body. Heaven forbid you might want to have sex. Oh, then you would know for sure that you are not a spiritual being. You might want to take a hot shower. You might want a glass of juice or water. You might want to sing. You might want to stretch or breathe. You might want to turn and look at your lover or your mate still sleeping in the bed. You might want to arise and go and sneak into your children's room and watch them sleep. You might want to sit down and read the morning paper, but the point here is to notice that by asking the question, something will respond within you. And when that response comes, notice that there is a feeling associated with it, a quality that makes your cells sing just a little bit. That is the energy, the elixir of life called desire. In this 1 minute, you need not rise to act, but simply to observe. What do I want? To take a hot shower. The feeling of the thought, or the thought that emits the feeling in the body, I want to take a hot shower, is carried on the elixir of desire. And desire is coming from the depth of your beingness that again rests next to the face of God. And it might not be the case that by following that desire that wells up through your heart, by feeling it, by embracing it, you might learn and discover what the ocean is wishing to express through the wave that you are. And if you judge desire, might you not be shutting off the creative flow that the mind of God wishes to express? Of course, that's the problem. You've tied the hose in a knot through the conflicted judgments, and the idea now is to begin in a simple way, to begin to give yourself permission to feel desire, to allow it to even into the cells of your body, to observe it, to notice it, to sit with it. Here's a very common one in your world. Be honest with yourself. How many times have you felt the desire to be wealthy? It's not something you're supposed to sit around and talk about or make very public. Boy, this morning I woke up and I just imagined having so many golden coins that I could buy the whole entire planet. Oh, money is the root of all evil. I can't think that way. Well, I better get busy and get off my office job that secretly inside I really resent, because they don't pay me what my soul is worth. But I'll pretend I'm quite fine. Oh, money? No, I'm quite fine. I really have enough, and no, I'm really quite fine. And then as you drive home and that Mercedes-Benz pulls up alongside you, you cannot help turn and go, God, I wish I could afford one of those. Oh, God, I could have that thought, so I'll drive my old Volkswagen down the road, but I'm being a very good spiritual person. Be honest with yourself. How many times have you felt welling up within yourself the desire to be wealthy? What on earth has caused you to fear that desire? What has caused you to tie the hose in the knot so that you try to block the desire from coming into manifestation? Perhaps when you were a child you went into one of your cathedrals and there was someone in a long robe standing upon a platform. And because everything looked so beautiful, surely they must be speaking with authority. And because this cathedral is filled with a whole lot of small little minds that are all living in their own level of fear, when that voice spoke and said, money is the root of all evil, you said, oh, well, that is the truth. Oh, yes, that's the truth. Oh, yes. Oh, God, I better fear money. I say unto you, you have one authority, and it is never held within the office of the church or any organization or any one individual. Your authority is the voice for God that dwells within your heart and within your mind. God is not limited and does not require his children to be limited, for if you would receive all that God would give you, you would decide to rise up and be the grandest wave that you could possibly be, for only in so doing do you honor your Creator. So you could say that God is like a wise gardener who is constantly trying to grow beautiful roses. He knows exactly how much moisture to put in the soil. He knows how to make these nutrients rise from the soil through the roots, up through the heart of the stem of the flower, to give forth radiant color so that everyone that looks upon it is touched by the mystery of the beauty. And God wonders. Well, it's interesting. Those roses that I've created seem to have a mind of their own. As the elixir I tried to give them rises through the stems, they tie themselves in little knots, and only a little bit of the elixir reaches out. And so the petals never quite blossom fully. Have you ever had the feeling that you're putting more energy into staying constricted than you are into allowing expansion? Desire is creation. Therefore, what you desire is of supreme importance. If you will take the little exercise that we have given you and begin to put it into practice in a very simple way and in a quiet way, you will begin to get back in touch with the innocence and beauty of the movement of desire. You can delight in it. When you have a sexual thought, a sexual desire, why not just be with it? Why not notice what it causes to happen in your body? How does your breath change? Does the heart beat faster? Be honest with yourself. Isn't it putting a smile on your face? What if you decided to honestly embrace that effect of being perfectly innocent and beautiful? How might your day change if you did not repress awareness of sexual desire? You'll notice we're not saying you should walk down the street and grab everybody that walks by you. We're talking about allowing yourself the living embrace of exactly what energy is moving through your being. And why is this important? If you have decided that there are certain energies which are demonic, evil, have the power to distract you from your union with God, you have already decided there is something beyond the reach of your power. And that is what disempowers you. And so you take an innocent energy and turn it into a monster that must be feared at all cost. Yet I say unto you, the mystical transformation that carries you from feeling yourself to be a disempowered little drop of foam on the edge of a wave, to the sense of freedom and empowered living that flows from the mind of God through you, to express only beautiful creations filled with majesty and power and miracles. What takes you from A to B is the willingness to turn to the very energies that move through the mind and the body, and to not fear them, but to look upon them with an innocence and wonder. And this is the source of the myth that had been told in all the cultures, the knight that slays the dragon, kissing the wild beast on the cheek, and it becomes a loving, loving companion. Your monsters are what you fear and repress because of the judgments you have learned in the world. And the world is only the denial of the kingdom. It is the exact opposite of truth. So you see, if you're sitting in one of your cathedrals and everyone is saying, "Oh yes, sexuality, very bad, it will keep you from God," right away you should realize if everyone here is fearing sexuality, it must actually be divine, and perhaps I would do well to embrace it, and love it, and master it, and not fear it. And someone says unto you, "Money is the root of all evil," and then sticks out his hand and says, "Would you please make a donation to our organization?" Is that not an expression of conflict? And yet such conflict permeates the religion and dogma of your world. Don't desire money. Don't desire wealth, by the way, to keep on this radio station. We really need you to send a donation. What are they trying to teach you? What are they in denial of? Sex and money. Pretty basic things, aren't they? They represent energies that flow from the mind of God, that would express an unlimited joy and power and not be willing to settle for limitation of any kind. When the earth was birthed from God's holy mind and took on its own form, and became an entity just like you, God did not say, "Well, this is a pretty beautiful planet, but I can only have a solar system just large enough for the earth." Rather, out of joy, God allowed there to come forth solar system upon solar system upon solar system, the birthing of 1,000 suns every moment, as a field in which this beautiful jewel of a planet could spin. That is true creation. And what quality of solar system have you decided to allow, in which the planet of your awareness can spin and live and express? Desire. Desire is everything. And again, the simple exercise we've given you will begin to free up the blocks within, and you will rediscover the innocence of desire. And then you can begin to expand upon it, to take a few moments to learn to live deliberately. What do I truly want? For you see, because your mind shines forth like a sunbeam to the sun from the mind of God, when you use your consciousness to relax into the innocence of the question, what do I truly want? What is in it, my heart, that keeps calling to me, keeps compelling me? Pictures begin to arise, feelings begin to arise, and I say unto you, they are expressions of you, and will speak through the symbols that you understand of your world. They are expressions of what God wants to bring forth through you. Oh, every time I look into my heart and every time I allow myself to feel it, what I really want is, I want to put my arms around people. I want to let people know how much I love them. So why fear such a desire? It's too overwhelming. I don't know how I'll be accepted. Who cares how you'll be accepted? What matters is how you accept them yourself. What if by feeling that desire, new pictures begin to come to you and suddenly you realize, what I want to do is join the Peace Corps, as an example. Perhaps it is the case that the very decision to go and put yourself in a solar system where you can spin as your own planet, where you can go and be in the Peace Corps, could be the very pathway through which you learn to receive the great joy of letting your love out into the world. But if you desire fear, how can you ever know these things? Oh, when I get in touch with my heart and when I allow myself to feel. What comes up by asking that question? I want to have so much wealth. Oh, and I see that thought that says, oh no, wealth is bad. But I want to do is this. I want to be able to go every hungry child on the planet and feed them. That's why I want to be wealthy. Could it not be that the desire to feed the world is God's desire to speak through you, to use you in a way that affects transformation upon the planet? Can you see then that by blocking the feeling of desire, you might just be blocking yourself from hearing what you keep praying for over and over? Father, reveal thy purpose to me. You feel the desire and you go, oops. First, excuse me, Father, I have to get rid of this desire. Desire in the heart is where you will discover the phone line that links you to the will of God that would be expressed through you. And if you don't trust desire, you are literally saying that you have decided not to trust your Creator. Not something to be brushed aside. In healing the conflict around desire, now that you know what it truly is, learn to be patient with yourself. By way of a second exercise, and we would suggest that you create a structure by which this can be practiced that fits into your own life. Again, it needs not take more than 5, 10, or 15 minutes initially, perhaps 3 or 4 times a week. Eventually, you'll be doing this all the time because you'll be creating deliberately. For just 10 or 15 minutes, set aside your world. Remember that you need do nothing, and so the world can wait. Relax the body, close the eyes, and it can be of a great benefit to let the breath become very deep and rhythmic. It relaxes the nervous system and seduces the controller within your mind, the critic that decides what thoughts are okay and which ones aren't. By the way, the critic is never something you created. It is something you let live in your mind that was made up by a lot of other fearful minds called parents and teachers. As you relax the body and the mind, ask yourself, what do I truly want? And observe the images that come without judgment. Notice the feeling in the body and allow this to go on for just a minute or two. Then pause, open the eyes, write down all that you can remember. Well, I saw the image of having 47 sexual partners. I saw the image of having gold coins rain down upon me so that I have an umbrella over my head. I saw huge bowls of ice cream. I saw myself in a boat on the ocean. Whatever it is, write it down. I noticed that my stomach got tight. I thought I was going to pee my pants. Whatever it is, write it down. Then take a deep breath, relax again, repeat the process. Place the hand so it rests on the heart. Breathe into it a few times and then ask, what do I truly desire? And again, allow the process to be what it is. Do this over a period of 10 or 15 minutes so that you repeat the process at least 6 or 7 times, writing them down. Take the piece of paper, perhaps in a journal as you would call it, and put it aside until the next exercise period, and then again repeat the process. When you have done this 7 times, so that you have 7 sheets of paper in which you have gone through the process, then and only then begin to look back through all the things that came up, and then ask yourself, what seems to be repeating itself? You might notice, well, 3 times I wanted a huge bowl of ice cream, but then it seemed to fade away. Twice I had a desire for 47 lovers, but now I notice that I really only want one. Whatever it might be, notice the pattern, the thread that seems to run the most throughout the exercise period. Then imagine the thread to be the energetic link that is tied at one end to the piece of foam on the edge of the ocean, and the other is anchored to the depth of the ocean. And then consider that perhaps you allowed yourself to move down the thread, to begin to put your energy on that, to begin to clear up the obstacles within your consciousness that block that desire from being consistently lived from. That by so doing you would carry yourself from the drop of foam at the edge of the wave to the heart of God, and that along the way everything unlike love would come up for you to release it, and that during the process you would go through a metamorphosis that would culminate in you being the living incarnation of the power of Christ, that your soul would realize the fulfillment that it has always sought. Something to take a big gulp over. For you see, the reason you have cleverly decided to trick yourself into blocking the energy of desire is that the soul knows that, were it to follow such a thread through whole and total commitment, it will be embarking on the pathway we spoke of in the earlier hour, the pathway set before you by God that knows how to take you home. And if you arrive at home, it will mean that you will have had to give up being a seeker, and you will have to become one who is found, and you will have to rise above the crowd. You will have to give up all that your identity with smallness. You will have to give up needing the approval of others. You have left the nest of insanity. You will have arisen and taken up the right place at the right hand of God. Isn't that the deepest fear you carry? To actually be the truth of who you are, Christ incarnate. Now, desire can be much fun. Ideally, once you've practiced this on your own, ask your mate or a close friend. You may even want to show them this talk or this audio, and ask a friend if they would be willing to embark on this process with you, so that perhaps once a week you can sit down together and say, "What did you come up with this week?" Well, here goes. It is called undressing in front of a friend. It is called becoming vulnerable with another. It is called finding another child to play with in the kingdom, so that you can go to the sandbox away from the adult world that says, desire is bad, you guys be careful. And you begin to look at what is true and real from a place of innocence. And you begin to create for yourself a support group. And that support group perhaps can grow to 3 or 4 friends, or even 10 or 20, in which everyone is involved with getting in touch with what really is in there. By understanding the principle that desire is the thread that links your soul to the heart of God. And God wants only to extend through you that which expresses love in the world. It is called creation. Perhaps a worthwhile project. For when you do not turn to allow the embrace of desire, there is only one alternative. It is to live in mere survival. And when you choose the energy of mere survival, the world is your master, before which you will be made to bow again and again and again and again and again, lifetime after lifetime after lifetime. You will be a slave to the insanity that seems to rule this world, and you will never know peace, and you will never know joy, and you will never come home. Plain and simple. For you are not created to wither and die in the vine. You are made to bear forth much good fruit. Let the roots be watered by desiring, above all things, to become the fulfillment of what God had in mind when he breathed into you the breath of life. And let the breath be received in each moment. You will come to see that the only question you need to be preoccupied with is this: how much of God am I willing to receive and allow to be expressed through me? It is called separating of the wheat and the chaff. The chaff are the thinkings of the world that would have you believe in smallness. This can only result in your perpetual suffering. The wheat is the food that gives life because it is filled with the love of God. Fear not, then, desire, but desire to embrace desire. Touch it, feel it, know it, dance with it, sing with it. Look at it innocently. Feel it wholly. And then learn to discern through the ways we've given you What desire is truly? That thread that's shining forth through all your days. And then decide to let that desire inform your choices, so that you can create a life that serves the fulfillment of that thread of desire. You see, I had to do the same, for I began to notice that there was a thread of desire in my heart to create some form of demonstration that would be so overwhelming that anyone who turned their attention to it could not help but be reminded that there is something far greater to life than living to survive, and surviving just to live. And when I was young, I began to get glimpses. At first, they were fleeting. Something was compelling me. But as I learned to trust desire, the pictures became clearer and clearer. And I saw myself standing on hilltops surrounded by multitudes. And I marveled at the words that came through my mouth in these moments of revelation, when I was still but a teenager. I saw glimpses and pictures of being loved by millions. I saw pictures and things that I couldn't even comprehend, because they were literally pictures of what I am doing now. And how could a teenager living in Judea 2,000 years ago have any way of comprehending the use of the technologies of your modern world in which to communicate love? It made no sense to me, but still I decided to trust it. A part of that thread was the recognition that death is unreal. And so therefore I ought to be able to create a demonstration that would prove it. Now think about that for a moment. If that thought was born in you, and you tried to share it with the world, wouldn't you be told you were crazy to dare to think a thought so out of line with everything the world believes? But because I followed the thread of desire, I began to realize that it kept speaking to me day and day and week after week. It wanted to grow. It wanted to be nurtured. So finally I decided, I am going to allow that thread to be nurtured, and I'm going to discover where it takes me and what it's all about. And where it took me was into mastery of life and death, mastery of healing, mastery of consciousness. It took me into mastery of myself. It brought me home to my own Christed beingness. Because I followed that thread, I can talk with you today. There are many of you that appreciate what I have done because you see me as a spokesman for the truth. Is it not time that you followed your own thread and became likewise a spokesman for reality? For just as you have been sent to me, there will be many sent to you as you step from being a seeker to a finder. For as you take up your right place, you become a vehicle through which the voice of God with creativity touch the lives of countless peoples that will never ever meet physically. You were birthed to be grand. You were birthed for greatness. You were birthed to shine forth such light into this world that the world remembers that light is true, and darkness is illusion. Be you therefore that which you are. And you are the light of the world. And I will delight in journeying with you, for I can join with this, my beloved brother, to create communication, so too I can join with anyone who chooses to step into their own Christedness. And the thread is the thread of desire. Therefore, begin to turn toward the energy of desire within yourself, to separate the wheat from the chaff, by first learning to feel it for just a moment without judging it, and then to deepen that process. And I tell you, you will reach that point where, with every breath you breathe, you are in touch with the energy of desire. And that is only voice that you will give authority to. And you won't be able to keep up with the loving creation that wants to express through you. And you will marvel at the friends that come into your life, how your external solar system in which your planet is spinning changes. You will marvel and wonder how it is all happening. And you will finally discover that you are not the maker and doer of your life, that God wants to direct and make life through you. And then you will know the truth that sets you free. Of myself I do nothing, but my Father through me does all things, and it is very good. Be you therefore at peace, and desire well. For when you feel desire, you are watering your roots with the energy of life itself. Trust it, embrace it, and let the petals of the rose blossom within your holy being. We love you, and we are with you. If you could only see how much enlightened help there is surrounding you at any moment, you would never allow the fear of going astray with your desire to be victorious within your mind, and you would step forth with boldness, and all things would be made new again. How much of God's love are you willing to receive? And with that we close by saying, Amen. The Way of the Heart. Lesson 5. Now we begin. Beloved friends, greetings unto you. We come forth in this hour to continue the pathway which builds the structure, the highway, if you will, by which you may learn to follow and therefore master the way of the heart. A way in life means to have chosen from all possibilities that one which will stand out as the way to which you are committed, the way to which you devote the whole of your attention by granting your willingness that the way be followed. And just as when you take the journey upon your earth by making the commitment to take the journey, you avail yourselves of experiences that could not come to you in any other way. When you go to a university to pursue a pathway of a degree, although you begin with a certain idea of what that pathway may hold or bring you, is it not true that the relationship which come along the way, the knowledge it reveals itself to you, and even the end result of the accomplishment of the degree, always seems to be different than and much richer than you could have imagined when you began your journey? Therefore understand well that the way of the heart requires the willingness to commit. And commitment is nothing more than the deliberate action that something will be so. And just as with all aspects of experience you have ever known, when all of your beingness is involved in the willingness to make a decision, there is literally nothing that can prevent you from the accomplishment of your goal. Rest assured, then, that whenever you believe you have not succeeded or not completed some decision fueled by desire, it is because you are simply not wholly committed, or it means that you decided to change your mind. And when you change your mind, you literally change what you experience in the world, or the solar system in which your self spins. The way of the heart, then, does indeed require the decision of commitment. And rest assured, I say unto you, that when you wholly commit to discovering the way of the heart, you will discover a way of being in the world that is not here. You will discover a way of walking through life in which you experience being uplifted by something that seems to be forever beyond you, yet is within you as the core and the essence of your very beingness. Your way will not be understandable by the world. Your way will not even be comprehensible within yourself. You will be living from mystery, moving from mystery to mystery to mystery, uplifted and carried by something that brings a satisfaction and a fulfillment to the depth of your soul, far beyond anything you can imagine. Is it worth it, then, to commit to the way of the heart? Yes. The way of the heart culminates with the recognition that you do not live life at all, but rather that life is living you. One of its characteristics is a development of the witness, a quality of consciousness, a way of being, in which you seem to be witnessing everything that arises and flows through you and around you from a place of utter stillness. Stillness does not mean non-activity. It does mean non-attachment to activity, whether it be arising and falling away of the cancer in the body, the arising and falling away of relationships, the rising and falling away of a solar system. You will discover that there is a place within you that can look upon all things with perfect equanimity, perfect acceptance, and perfect love. For in mastery of the way of the heart, you will discover that nothing is unacceptable to you, and only what is accepted can be transcended. You will discover a way of being in which nothing any longer compels you. Not even the desire to know God compels you any longer, for the need of it has been completed. Then there arises the way of being in the world that is indeed not here, for you will feel no restlessness, no need to direct your journey. No questions will arise, you will be at peace, and in that peace the breath of God will move through you. And you will become as the wind, knowing not where you came from or to where you are going. But you will abide in perfect trust and perfect rest. And the world may not know you, but your Father will know you, and you will know your God. In the way of the heart, the most primary and fundamental perception which seems to fuel ordinary human consciousness has been finally transcended. The perception of a separate maker and doer has been dissolved, and once again, you will understand the depth and profundity of the simple terms in this sentence. Of myself, I do nothing, but through me, the Father does all things. To rest in such a perception means that you have come to realize that the self that you are is merely a conduit through which mystery lives itself, through which love pours forth. You will realize that there is nothing to be gained or lost in this world. You will know what it means to recognize that you literally have nowhere to go and nothing to achieve. You will become empty and spacious. And yet, paradoxically, while the body lasts, you will appear to be as everyone else. You will arise in the morning, brush your teeth. When the body is hungry, you will feed it. You will laugh with your friends. You will yawn when the body is a bit tired. And yet, though it all, there will be a quality of awareness called the witness that is simply watching it all, waiting to be moved by the wind of spirit. And though others may not see it, virtually everything you utter will carry the sound of truth. You know not how spirit will work through you, nor will you care, because you see, when there is no maker or doer or director, it won't matter to you. That is what it means to live as the wind. For the wind does not concern itself with where it's been or where it's going. It is moved by some mysterious source that cannot be located at all, and yet it blows, and as it blows, its effects are experienced. Imagine then a life in which all that you do is not for yourself. Imagine a way of life in which what you do is not for anyone else. Imagine a way of life in which creativity, living, flows forth from a source so deep within you and around you that no language or dogma can contain it. A force and a source that knows how to express itself through you in such a way that is constantly and only serving the atonement, the awakening of all of creation to the truth of God's presence. The way of the heart then does indeed unfold, if you will, along a certain pathway. And in this hour we will address the stages of that pathway in a general sense. And then we will speak of the most important characteristics to be cultivated along the path. First, desire is everything, and without it not a thing can arise. Therefore, indeed, what you desire is of utmost importance. Desire, then, perfect union with God. Desire, then, to be Christ incarnate. Desire, then, to be all that your Creator has created you to be, even if you haven't an idea of what that might be. For when you hold desire within your beingness, and when you've moved through the process of coming to master the energy of desire, and again, mastery does not mean control. When you have mastered the energy of desire by grounding it always in a desire to be as you are created to be, then indeed all of your life and all your subsequent or subsidiary desires will come to serve the grand desire. When you come into that state of being, nothing shall be impossible unto you. And why? Because you're not the one doing it. You are merely a piece of thread in a very cosmic tapestry, being woven by the Creator of all of creation, who alone knows how to weave the tapestry of a new age, of a new paradigm, of a healing of this planet humanity. And so the first stage is indeed the stage of desire. And only by feeling desire, and not by suppressing it, can you truly begin to move toward the stage of mastery, in which the energy of desire always serves that higher will, which is the will of God for you. And as we have said to you before, when your will is in alignment with the will of God, you will discover that God's will for you is that you be genuinely happy, through and through, content, fulfilled, at peace, empowered, capable, responsible. Desire in time is cultivated through intention. For you see, you have used time to teach yourself how to be distracted by all the thoughts and perceptions that make up this cosmic soup called your world. And all of you have known the frustration of having a desire, and then as soon as you walk out the door, a friend pulls up and says, "Hey, let's go to the beach." And then you never make it to class, even though your desire is to get that degree. You have cultivated the art of being seduced by distraction. Therefore, it is necessary to utilize time to cultivate intention. For without intention, desire cannot become the crystal clear focus, the laser-like focus that can cut through the dross of this world, that a new creation can flow forth through you. Intention is not the same as holding a strong, egoic, willed commitment to make something happen. For the way of the heart recognizes that you have not known how to achieve the fulfillment you seek at the level of the soul, for the simple reason that if you did, you would have already accomplished it. In the way of the heart, intention doesn't mean putting your nose to the grindstone and taking no for an answer. It means rather that you cultivate within your thought processes the art of remembering what you are truly here for. You are here to remember that you are the thought of love and form. You are here to remember that you are one with God. You are here to remember that what I have called Abba, the Father, though it goes by many names, is the source of your only reality. And you are living in reality only to the degree that that one is living through you. Therefore, intention in the way of the heart means to utilize time each day to focus your intention on the desire to be Christ incarnate. Intention is that energy, or that use of the mind that creates, through consistent practice, the channel, if you will, through which desire begins to move down and re-educate the emotional body, and even the cellular structure of the physical body, and all the lesser avenues of thinking that occur within the intellect, so that everything involved in your being is integrated, working together, and focused on the fulfillment of that one grand desire to accept your function in this world. And your function is healing your sense of separation from God. How then to apply intention? Each day, just as you have used time to teach yourself to be easily distracted, you need to only apply one question to which you ask yourself daily. What is it that I most desire? What am I doing on this planet? What am I committed to? Those latter are just other forms of the fundamental question. And as you keep practicing asking the question, the answer will become clearer and clearer. For you see, it is the question that influences, stimulates, gives birth to the answer. For the universe is always answering your questions, and when you ask unclear questions, you get unclear answers. Therefore, become crystal clear with your intention, and remind yourself of it daily. My intention is to use time constructively for the relearning of what it means to abide in the kingdom of heaven and to fulfill my function. And my function is healing, and healing requires the presence of Christ, for only Christ can express the love that brings healing into being. Desire and attention, and in the field of time, these stages unfold as one matures in the way of the heart, desire, and intention are critical. The third stage of the process, whereby the mind is wholly corrected and one returns home, is the stage of allowance. For the egoic world does not teach you to allow, it teaches you to strive. You must be the maker and the doer. You must find a way to manipulate or control your environment in order that it conform itself to the image you are holding in your mind. And all of that is well and good, and there are many beings who learn some valuable lessons by following the path of certain teachers that will teach you that you can create whatever you want. And that seems like such a big deal until you realize that what you are doing all the time. You are always creating exactly what you decree, and it's no big deal, and it's not a secret. And there will be those that will teach you. Well, just go into your mind. Ask yourself what you want. And when you see the picture of that Mercedes, then you simply do all the little magical tricks, and pretty soon you'll end up with a Mercedes. The problem with that, although it can be a useful stage, is that the intellect, the worldly part of your mind, can only desire what has been programmed to desire. The worldly part of your mind says, well, I have to transport my body around in this plane. Automobiles do that. The world tells me that a Mercedes is a grand way of doing this. Therefore, I will create the desire of wanting a Mercedes. And when you manifest the Mercedes, you fool yourself into thinking that you've made great progress when in fact all you've done is done what you've always done. You have chosen what your experience will be, and you have manifested it. There's nothing new about that, although by doing so, you can begin to regain confidence in your ability to manifest. But the way of the heart is about something else. Allowance in this pathway means that you begin to view your life differently. It is not a struggle to get out of high school and create a career by which you create golden coins, by which you can create the proper house and the proper environment so that your ego feels successful and therefore being worth love. Be honest with yourself. Is not your world built on such premises? If only I can make my life look successful around me, then I will be accepted. Then I can love myself at least a little. Maybe I can get other people to love me. Now, that's not it at all. The way of the heart begins with the recognition that you are already loved by the only source that matters, that you have come for a much higher purpose that can be made manifest in the ways of the world, but is not of the world. Allowance, then, is the cultivation of a way of looking at the events of your life, not as obstacles of getting what you want, but as a stepping stone, each of which presents you with the blessing of the lessons required to heal the obstacle, not to success, but to the presence of love as the source and ground of your being. In the stage of allowance, then, we begin to cultivate an acceptance of all things in our experience. We begin to see that because we have made a commitment to awakening and incarnating only Christ, that the universe is already conspiring to bring the people and events into our lives on a moment-to-moment basis that can best provide us with exactly what we most need to learn or become aware of. And so messengers are sent. That messenger could come in the form of someone whom you fall in love with, and there is something there for you to learn. It could be that you've been blocking yourself from feeling love for other people, and now somebody finally comes that blasts down the door, and you can't help but feel that feeling. The messenger could be someone who comes as a grain of sand within the oyster that causes the friction within you that nudges you from sleep, and you realize that you've been operating out some very dysfunctional patterns, and that you've got to get a better grip, shall we say, upon the truth of who you are. It may be that you need to learn to express your feelings more. It may be that you need to accept your own creativity more. Something will bring up to you, through your messengers, that which caused you to finally be responsible and be honest about where you are. For instance, if you think, well, I never get angry anymore. After all, I'm a very spiritual person. I just got out of the seminary and I know all it now. So yes, I'll just live in heavenly bliss. And events begin to happen. Perhaps, We'll use this for an example. Perhaps a gay couple moves into your neighborhood and you discover that you have some very deeply seated perceptions that there is something wrong with that sexual orientation. They are messengers sent to you by the universe to push you to look more deeply. Allowance, then, is the cultivation of a quality of awareness in which you rest in the recognition that your life is no longer your own to dictate and control, but rather you're giving it over to the source of your own beingness. So the depth of wisdom and the depth of the ocean that knows best how to bring about what is required to push up the dross from within your consciousness so that you can release it. Allowance cultivates trust. Allowance is the way in which intention and desire come to work ever more fully in the third dimension of your experience, the field of time. Allowance is a submission, but not a naive submission. Allowance changes your perception of what you see as the world around you. You begin to realize that you don't really live in a real world at all. You live in a field of vibrations and energy that is operated by the law of attraction, resonance. And you begin to be willing to allow certain things to fall out of your life, even family and friends, trusting that because of your desire and intention, what passes out of your life must be okay, for it will be replaced by new vibrational patterns which come in the form of messengers, events, places, persons, and things that can carry you on the upward spiral of awakening. Allowance means the beginning stages of cultivation of humility and the recognition that you must finally submit to something beyond the intellect and the control of the egoic part of the mind. That the maker and doer that's been trying to do it all is finally recognized as being inadequate. As the three stages mature, you rest in the final stage of surrender. And surrender means that there is no longer any restlessness. Surrender means you know through every fiber of your being that there's no one here living a life. There is life flowing through the body, mind, personality for as long as it lasts. Here is where the mystical transformation is culminated or completed. It is here that you understand the meaning of the teaching. I live, yet not I, but the Christ that dwelleth as me. Surrender is a stage in which perfect peace is the foundation, not for passivity, not for inactivity, but even more activity. You find yourself, as long as you are in the world, being busier and busier, asked to do more and more. You become even more responsible. And eventually you come to see that because you are Christ, you are responsible for the whole of creation. And you cannot think a thought without disturbing the farthest of stars. It is that responsibility from which you have shrunk and tried to contain yourself as a tiny myopic piece of foam, all because you feared being responsible for the whole. But the way of the heart corrects your perception, in which you come to recognize that your greatest joy, your greatest fulfillment, is in wholly and deliberately accepting responsibility for the whole of creation. Why? Because you suddenly realize you're not the maker and the doer, that you can accept responsibility for anything and everything because through you all power under heaven and earth is made to flow, to manifest the love of God. So in short, it's in God's hand, not yours. Nevertheless then, not my will, but thine be done. Does that begin to make sense to you? Do you see how it changes how you've been taught to interpret my teaching? Desire, intention, allowance, surrender. But it is a surrender into a way of being that the world can never know. It is a surrender into a way of being in which you may never receive, what you call this in your world an Oscar for your acting. But it is a way of being in which your consciousness becomes totally open to your union with all of creation. And you will talk with a leaf as it falls from the tree. You will see the soul of a kitten at your pet, and you will talk with angels and masters. You will be involved in board meetings in the high cosmic conference rooms. and you will know that the body-mind that once taught was yours is little more than a temporary teaching device, a tool to be picked up and utilized at God's direction, and one to be put aside when its usefulness is done, so that even when it is time to go through the transition that you know is death, nothing will disturb your peace. And as the body dies, which means simply that your attention begins to release itself from it, just like the hand of a carpenter is released from the handle of a hammer, and the hammer simply is laid down on the table, and the carpenter goes in for dinner and forgets about it. You'll be able to watch even the process that your world calls death with total equanimity and joy. You'll watch your spirit disengage from the body. You'll watch it crumble into lifelessness so that all your attention becomes focused in a wholly new dimension, a dimension that is so vast that you will be able to look down upon the earth plane, not unlike the way you might choose to hold a pebble in the palm of your hand. And in one quick glance, you see everything about the pebble and nothing's hidden. Responsibility. I am one that has chosen to assume the responsibility for the pebble called Earth, and all of life that dwells therein. You too will know that energy and reality of wrapping your fingers around the entirety of the solar system, and becoming, shall we say, the God or the Savior of that dimension. And it begins by choosing to take responsibility for your pebble, your domain, your solar system, your personal dimension, and that, again, begins by saying, I and I alone am the source of what I experience and perceive. I am not a victim of the world I see. And everything I experience I have called to myself, plain and simple. No excuses, no ifs, ands, or buts. That's the way it is. And gone will be your immaturity, your resistance to simply being responsible for your experience. The way of the heart then cultivates a maturity of desire, intention, allowance, surrender, and no single characteristics of a greater importance than this, and we've already mentioned it. It's called humility. Not a feigned humility that is taught in certain world religions, but a genuine humility. For humility doesn't mean that you stand in front of a group of people who stand and give you a standing ovation, and you go, oh gosh, you don't have to do that, it's not important. So that you can look like you're humble when inwardly you're saying, oh God, that feels so good. Clap a little louder, clap a little longer, but I won't tell you that. Know you that kind of humility? Isn't it the kind of humility you were taught in your school? Don't stand there and beat up the chest and say, yes, thank you, I think I'm really doing this well now. You are not taught that that's okay. Genuine humility flows from the deep-seated recognition that you cannot save yourself, that you are created and not creator, that you are effect and not cause in an absolute sense, that something called life is not yours, that there is something beyond your capacity of containment and intellectual understanding. And if that something ever decides to give up loving you, you would cease to be, that no matter how deep you go into the depth of God, no matter how deep you achieve an awareness and the consciousness of union with God, that what God is forever beyond your growing capacity to understand God. It is like an ocean of infinite depth, and when you realize that, strive as you might, you'll never wrap yourself, your little self, around that source. You will rest into humility, genuine humility. And why is this important? Because, and mark these words well, as you progress along the path of the way of heart, as you dissolve and loosen the shackles upon your mind, as the interior conflicts are healed and settled, as you begin to accept the abundance that the Father would bestow upon you in all levels of life and all levels of feeling and perception, as you begin to taste the grandeur and the greatness that would flow through you, you will discover that the enemies become more subtle. Every child views at some stage its parents as being its enemy, doesn't it? What do you mean I can't have the car tonight? What do you mean I must be home by 10 p.m.? The parents become the enemy. But that's a very immature and basic and naive level. As you move in more into mastery, you will be sorely tempted to believe that you've done. You'll be sorely tempted to believe, I can do this. The prayers I used to do when I began, the simple exercise of awareness I used when I started my path, I don't need them anymore. I have mastered that. Anytime you hear a voice within yourself saying, I'm done, you may rest assured you're not, and you stand in danger of losing what you've gained. Humility is the recognition that the more you move into mastery, the more there is the desire for discipline and vigilance. Discipline does not mean doing something hard that you don't like to do. Discipline is like the skill of an artist that cultivates and refines the skill, simply out of the deep desire and delight to create more beautifully, that's all. To discipline a muscle is done by an athlete, so that muscle works even more beautifully than it did the day before, out of the sheer delight to extend greater beauty into the world. Therefore, the discipline of the mind that is required is to recognize that while the body lasts, and indeed while you remain in existence, the creations of consciousness that are unlike love have created a whole lot of vibratory patterns that would just love to pull you down. It is the recognition that there can be a delight in consciously repeating the decision to teach only love, and to selectively choose only the vibrational patterns in your consciousness to be allowed into your consciousness that reflect the truth and the beauty and the worthiness of who you are. Judgment cannot reflect such light. Anger and hatred cannot do it. Fear and paranoia, fear of rejection, fear of opinions of others. Such vibrations can never reflect the regalness, the greatness, the grandeur of your being. Therefore, understand well that humility is absolutely essential. For paradoxically, as greatness is expressed through you, the temptation still is to allow egoic energies to make a home in your mind. And the ego's voice will say, boy, you're really quite a master, you know. You really deserve all this adulation. Why don't you keep 10% of it for yourself? A master accepts the love offered, the gratitude offered by those whom he or his teachings have touched, and gives it all to God, recognizing that of themselves these things could not have been done. I learned, too, to be tempted. And when those would come to me who were sick found healing in my presence, it was very tempting to want to say, yes, look what I've done. I've really earned this. I spent 40 days and 40 nights in the desert. I've been to India and Tibet. I've been to England. I've studied with all the masters of Egypt. Yes, I really deserve to be seen as a healer and a teacher. But I learned through humility to remember the simplicity that of myself I can do nothing. I cultivated within myself the art of always being a student of love, and not the professor of love, who thinks he's done just because he has a lot of letters after his name. So you see that as you progress, and as you allow more of the abundance of God's love to flow through you, you see you begin to stand up out of the crowd, and you begin to attract those that want the light. And as that occurs, you practice discipline and vigilance by remembering humility always, until you are remembering it with every breath. And why? If you are living in this world and feel that no one looks up to you, no one takes you as an authority, there is only one reason. You have resisted the truth of your being, and through denial have pushed God's light away out of your fear, your deep-seated fear, that you might appear to be different than everyone else. And the world would teach you to be a doormat so that you fit in, and you don't ruffle anybody's feathers. But as you become empowered, one way you'll know that it's occurring is that some people won't like you. You'll push their buttons just by walking into the room, for darkness abhors light. It's that simple. Humility is absolutely essential. Through the doorway of humility, the light of power can be turned on through you in even greater voltage. And if that voltage doesn't seem to be flowing through your mind, look well to see if you are remembering humility and giving yourself to it. For the light of God can only shine through you to the degree that you are willing to take responsibility for it, which involves giving the fruits of it back to the source and not claiming it as your own. And when you claim nothing for yourself, all things can flow through you. And the Holy Spirit can gather millions of beings to come to you in many planes, because it knows you will not distort the love of God by usurping God's position and putting yourself upon the throne. Humility is a chief characteristic to cultivate. Therefore, when you pray, indeed ask for greatness. Let the Father know that you are ready for the fullness of Christ to be incarnate, and simply hold the promise within that you will always remember that you are not the doer and the maker. You are merely the one who has come to recognize that only the love of God can fulfill you as a soul. Only fulfillment of your purpose to be a channel for love can bring you the success that you truly seek. When you are fully committed to that, rather than being committed to wondering about other people's opinions, then that power can begin to move through you. And when you are willing to let go of the world, heaven will come to replace it. When you are willing to let go of your need for egoic grandness, true grandeur will begin to pour forth through you. There is a paradox within spirit. Learn to discern it. Become a master of it, and never neglect the need for discipline based on the foundation of humility. You see, this is what has caused you to fear the energy of desire, because in the past, and that can go back a long way, you have decided to find out what it would be like to let go all the power be claimed as your own, to be used to serve the voice of ego. And that is what you are afraid of. But if you cultivate these stages and found them in humility, you will never need to fear the misuse of desire. Therefore, in your prayers, as often as you can remember to do so, remember that what you decree is. Speak clearly within yourself. Source, Creator, God, Goddess, all that is. Abba, I am ready to be what you created me to be. I choose to remember that I am effect and not cause. Thy will be done, knowing that your will is my full happiness. Reveal, then, that path through which that happiness can be known, for my way has never worked, but your way always does. Then, in each day, remember the energy of appreciation. It is well and good to appreciate one another, but in the privacy of your own meditation and prayer, appreciate how the power of that source of love I have called Abba or God is living and moving and breathing to bring the people, the books, the teachers, the experience that are gently unraveling the cocoon of ego around you, awakening you to the truth and the beauty in its majesty and the grandeur and the greatness that life itself is, that wants to breathe you as magically and powerfully as it breathes through a thunderstorm, or the leaf on a tree, or the radiance in a newborn baby's eyes. That life is what you are. That life is the presence of God's love, the depth of the ocean welling up in the waves of the creation. Let therefore that life alone be your guide in all things, and rest in appreciation before the infinite mystery that life is. And say yes to it. Say yes to life, that you are willing to let the fullness of it wash through you and carry you into ever-deepening understanding and comprehension of all that God is. And indeed, if you would well receive it, resting in the awareness of divine humility is the sweetest of experiences that you can ever know. Many of you look upon me going, "Oh, where Jeshua abides, would I ever love to be there?" Think a thought and you're with someone. Think a thought and you're in that universe. You never have to blink an eye because you don't have one. I tell you this, where I abide is in a vibrational frequency where many, many other beings whose consciousness never wavers for an instant, from the deep appreciation and humility before the mystery of all that God is, the great delight of knowing that we live, yet not us, but our Creator lives as us. That only difference between being a master and being a student is that the master has mastered the art of always being a student. Think about that one. Desire, intention, allowance, surrender. What do you truly want? Are you willing to feel it and let that thread of desire carry you home? Can you remember to use time constructively? By focusing your intention, by reminding yourself of what you're truly here for. You're not here to survive. You're here to live as the truth of who you are. Allowance. Not a passive acceptance of things as they are, but a recognition that there is something quite beautiful at work. There is an intelligence, a love that knows you better than yourself, and is presenting you moment to moment with jewels and gems and lessons and blessings, that something is weaving the tapestry of your life, and nothing is happening by accident. Surrender. The cultivation of the recognition that your happiness can be found only in the submission of your will to the will of God. For your will has been in conflict and struggle and limitation. The Father's will is that you live without conflict, in peace and joy and fulfillment and happiness. 'Tis called bliss. Humility. If ever you wonder how to anchor your awareness in humility, stop what you are doing and ask yourself this question. Did I create myself? You will know darn well that the answer is no. I don't even know when I was created. Something birthed me. What is it? That will bring you a humility rather quickly. Do you know how to give birth to a star? No. Do you know how to give birth to a leaf on a tree? No. Do you even know how to lift your hand from your lap? No. What then do you know? Nothing. Allow yourself to understand that you don't know anything, and in that state of divine ignorance, you will rest in the humility that finally allows your Creator to move through you and reveal to you all things. So, beloved friends, the way of the heart is the way which corrects perceptions and brings right-mindedness, so that you're no longer the maker and the doer and the director. Your opinions will come to mean nothing to you whatsoever, and out of the grand emptiness you will discover perfect peace, and life will bear you on its wings, and through you, life will express in ever greater dimensionality the exquisite and infinite love and power and creativity that is God, until you swear that God is all there is, and there will be no place to find a trace of you. For if enlightenment is the ending of separation, how can there be a maker and a doer? Can the wave direct itself? The ego is the attempt to do so, and it always fails. Peace, then, be with you always. Let peace pervade your being at all times. And know that you are safe in the love of God that arises from the great source of mystery, and would move through you with every breath you breathe and every word you speak, until you hear only that impetus of guidance that wells up from the depth of your being as a gentle voice that you trust completely. And you will know the freedom that you seek. And with that we indeed would leave you now, yet we go nowhere, for you are already where we are. Trust this, know this, rely on this, and explore the way of the heart, and by such exploration you will come to know the truth of love. Be you therefore at peace, beloved friends. Amen. The Way of the Heart, Lesson 6. Now we begin. And indeed, once again, greetings unto you, beloved and holy friends. Indeed, greetings to you, beloved and holy friends. If you understand the meaning of this greeting, if you comprehend the depth of each term used, already you know all there is to know, and you are well prepared to extend the love of God forever. Indeed means simply that there are no other options. Greetings unto you. Salutations to the one created of the Father before all things. For I bowed down before your radiance. Greetings unto you, beloved and holy child of God. Indeed, beloved of God, indeed, beloved of every molecule in your physical universe. Indeed, loved of your holy mother, this precious earth, indeed, loved by anything you could imagine that has ever existed or ever could exist, but that has extended itself from the heart and mind of God. You are the beloved, pure and simple, and again, there are no options. Holy, because you are whole, not because you have earned that holiness, but because it is that which is the truth from which you are extended forth forever, because you are made in the image of God, because you spring forth from the mind of God. You are holiness itself. Each time you set aside the temptation to dream a useless dream and walk this earth as Christ. Beloved and holy friend, a friend is not one lesser than myself. A friend is one who walks in perfect equality with the grandest of masters, whoever you might conceive such a master to be. A friend is one who chooses to look upon another and see only the face of Christ therein. And there is no one present in this room, and indeed there shall never be anyone present in the hearing of these words, that has not already looked upon me and seen the face of Christ within. And likewise I look upon you and call you friend. For when I look upon you, I see not the very momentary dreams that you seem to think are lasting so long. I see only the radiance of that which my Father has extended out of love. I see only that which has neither beginning nor ending. And I see only that which knows neither birth nor death. I see only that which has no limitation. I see only that, the light of which is already extended throughout all dimensions and all universes. I see only my brother and my sister, and I see not a trace of any quality between us. And yet I do recognize that within your dream, it appears to you that I have gone ahead just a little bit, and at times within your hearts there is a longing to follow me. And if you would but heed that longing, and if you would make that longing primary at all times, your own desire will bring you wholly to where I am. And you will laugh when you discover that you haven't moved an inch, that where I am is where you are, and where you are is in eternity and not in time. That where you are is in the place of your birth, the mind of God. This is the only thing that is true, and is true always. This is the only reality that you genuinely possess. Therefore, indeed, I call you friend, for well do I see that you are as I am, and therefore, indeed, greetings unto you, beloved and holy friends. So we can stop now. There is nothing else to be said, and yet the mind races, does it not? And yet it races from the very reality that I have just described about you. The mind races from that source as a sunbeam to the sun. Yet in reality it never leaves its source. And the very power with which you seem to become distracted by a momentary thought of fear is the same power of which you will awaken to your own call. In truth, there is a place within you that already knows the day and the hour. You already know when you are going to decide to live the decision to be awake in God, to be only the presence of love. And love embraces all things, allows all things, trusts all things, and transcends all things. Love is never possessive. Love is never fearful. Love is simply love. Love cannot shine with specialness upon anyone at any time, for specialness itself is a contraction. The attempt to take love and make it shine only on one object, on only one person, only on one being, only within one universe. Whenever, therefore, you recognize that you have singled someone or something out and said, they hold a greater value, you may rest assured that you're not in love at all. You are in fear, and therefore, if that one were to leave you, where would you be? But if you are in love, as a fish within the sea, all beings can arise and pass away, and you will bless them in their journey. And you will remember that you reside where God has placed you, and God has placed you in his heart. And when you choose to be only the presence of love, even the dream of loss will dissolve from your consciousness as a forest mist before the rising sun. Indeed, beloved friends, love does wait upon your welcome. And yet you cannot welcome love by waiting for it to be brought to you by another, not even by me. You cannot welcome love by trying to scurry about to create the environment in which you believe your preferences are being met. You cannot welcome love when that welcome is attached or linked to any phenomenal thing, anything which has been birthed in time. Love can only be welcomed where love truly resides, and love resides within you as the core and the source of your very being. Therefore, if you would know love, know yourself. Embrace the truth about it, and the truth will set you free. Then indeed love will flow through you. And like the great sunlight that comes to nurture this beloved earth of ours, the love that flows through you will be unimpeded. It will not meet an obstacle. And you will look upon whomever is in front of you, and you will know that they are sent unto you of the Father. They have been guided to you by the Holy Spirit, because through you, love can be given in a way that begins to touch the place of their awakening. That is why you are but the servant of love. That's all that life is. When you choose to surrender, to give up the game, to give up the dream of trying to resist the truth that is true about you always, you will become a mere channel, a mere conduit. You will become no more a seeker, for you will have decided to have found. And surrendering the last vestige of an insane possibility of contracting away from the truth, when you've given that up, love will flow through you. But notice that if it flows through you, it must first flow to you. Therefore, seek always to receive in order to give. For what can you give another if you have not yet given it to yourself? How many of you have been taught to try to love, to try and do the right thing, the good thing, whatever that is supposed to mean? And yet, how many times have you gone within your secret chamber and said, I am unworthy? And then you wonder why your attempt to join in love with others never seems to be quite fulfilling enough, never quite seems to fill the cup, never quite seems to elicit the joy that you believe could be there. For indeed, listen well, your work, if you wish to call it that, is not to seek and find love. 'Tis merely to turn within to discover every obstacle that you have created to its presence, and to offer that obstacle to the great dissolver of dreams, the grace of the Holy Spirit. I have said unto you many times that the greatest of gifts you can give is this, to come wholly to the recognition that every attempt you have made to resist being the presence of Christ has failed you miserably. No matter how many times you have tried to convince yourself that you are unworthy, yet does the universe find a way to love you. No matter how many times you have tried to lock yourself into the space and volume of a body, it hasn't succeeded. And at death, you have remembered and been confronted with the radiance of your unlimitedness. Therefore, indeed, the greatest of gifts you can give another is to be one who has rescinded the need to insist on the insanity of fear. Fearlessness is the primary characteristic of mastery, and mastery is not having great power to make things happen. Mastery is only the recognition that what is true always, and there is no other choice. Free will does not mean that you have the right to believe that you can succeed at being other than what God created you to be. Having free will does mean that you can elect not to take the only curriculum that life is offering to you in every moment. It means only that you do have the right to put it off yet another day. And each time you put it off, you slumber in your suffering. But when you elect to take the only curriculum that matters, when you elect to use the power of your free will to say, now, from this moment on, I will no longer tolerate error in myself. No more games, no more dramas. I am committed to being only the presence of love, for that is the truth of who I am. It matters not the opinion of others who are yet resisting that decision. Then, indeed, all things under heaven and earth move to support you, to guide you to the right person, the right place, the right book, the right sunrise, the right meadow, in order to assist you in dropping the shackles of the obstacles to the presence of love that you have created as an idol and as a substitute for love. And that is why, when truly you pray from the depth of your soul, Father, bring me home, you may rest assured from that moment on, it's okay to trust every little thing that unfolds. For though you see it not, what you would call the angels, friends that simply don't have bodies, are rushing about because you have given the command to say, yes, I accept your presence in my life. I turn the whole thing over. Now each moment is dedicated to healing and awakening the illusory sense of separation from God that once I created in error. Love. In how many ways have you sought it? Can you count the ways? Would you dare to try to count each little pebble of sand on the beaches of the planet? For rest assured, each and every soul has already tried to seek out love that in many ways, if not more. You have sought it in a million forms in which you already knew that you could not find it. All because you wanted to perpetuate the insane attempt to try to separate yourself from God. And that is as futile as a sunbeam trying to separate itself from the sun. Indeed, beloved friends, there is only one question you need answer. What am I choosing in this moment? What have I given mastery over my life unto? What perception, what thought, what feeling? Since feeling merely flows from the thought or the perception you have chosen. What behavior, what action am I choosing in this moment? And does it express the reality of my beingness? Am I being busy extending love, or am I busying myself fearfully trying to grasp of that which I think can give me love so I don't lose it? Look well, then, upon your parents and your siblings and your mates and your friends. Not one of them holds the power to bring love to you. So what are you trying to get from them? Why do you ever insist that another ought to be conformed to you what you believe you need? It is futile, 100%, absolutely, positively futile to seek love in a relationship with anything or anyone. It is, however, quite appropriate to extend love in each relationship, with everyone and everything. But the extension of that love requires that you have awakened to the truth that the only relationship that truly holds value is the relationship between you as the soul and the Father or God as your Creator. Imagine a light bulb in one of your fixtures that looks out from its little filaments and says, well, I hope that person that just walked into the door is the right one. If I could just reach out and grab them, maybe my own light would come on. Isn't it a lot easier to simply take the cord and plug it into the right socket? How many times are you going to insist on trying to plug your cord into the wrong socket? Well, that didn't work. I'll try this body. I'll try this person. I'll try this career. Not getting very much juice from that either. Oh well, there was a little juice. And then you get angry because it's not giving you enough juice, or it gave you enough juice yesterday but not today. So it must be its fault, huh? There is one little tiny socket into which you can plug your cord. It's the only one that fits in, and it's the only one socket wired to bring you the flowing and living waters of grace. And that socket dwells only within your heart, not the physical heart, but that which is symbolized by the physical heart, the core of your very being. But how many times in each day do you check to see that the cord is still plugged in? How many times do you remember to ask yourself, is my commitment to love, or is my commitment to fear? Fear is the act of disconnecting your cord from the only socket that can truly satisfy you, and running about trying to plug it into somebody else's or something else. And I would ask you to consider this one question as you look upon the whole of your experience. Has it ever worked? Can it ever work? Imagine trying to hold flowing water in the palm of your hand by squeezing your fingers together. How much are you left with? Doesn't it just run through the fingers no matter how hard you try? It finds the little holes and it flows away. You open your hand and there's not enough left to wet your tongue. And yet, each time you've looked upon another, whether parent or sibling or friend or mate or teacher, or whatever you have, every time you've looked upon a physical object and tried to plug it into that socket to get the juice you believe you need, that's what you're doing. And you literally end up squeezing the life out of the relationship itself. But in truth, when you seek first the kingdom and plug the cord into the socket within your heart, when you remember that you and your Father are one, that only love is real, that nothing else matters, and what you are feeling that might be speaking to you saying, but, is nothing more than the echo of an old habit, and that habit cannot live unless you feed it. Therefore, feed the only habit that matters, the habit of remembering that the truth is true always, regardless of what is passing before your physical eyes and therefore before your mind. In all coming and going, in all birth and death, in all arising and passing, a way of universe after universe after universe, in the midst of a flat tire or a sudden rainstorm, nothing holds value except your relationship with your Creator. When you have experienced in relationship with anyone or anything a moment of bliss, a moment of a peace that forever passes all understanding, a moment of fulfillment so sweet and so sublime that no word could touch it, much less express it. What you have experienced is only the flow of love of God through you. It was not caused by that person or thing. It was caused because, for just a moment, you stepped out of your drama. You stepped out of your dream and allowed the truth to be lived. And then, of course, you tricked yourself. God, that was sweet. That was the best thing I've ever tasted. It must have come from you. Get over here, I need you. If you ever believe you need anything or anyone, rest assured, in that moment that you are living in delusion. All you need is love. Love fulfills all things. Love embraces all things. Love heals all things. And love transforms all things. Therefore, indeed, remember well, you and only you can become the cause, if you will, of your fulfillment, of your peace, of your completion of time. And this requires that you do nothing save remember to establish a connection with your Creator. Is it not true that what you desire most of all is love? Is it not true that you try, or you at least hope, that each relationship, no matter how short, no matter what its form, that each journey, that each undertaking will allow you the experience of peace? Is it not true that you who find yourselves in and as a body temporarily in time, is it not true that the grandest of experiences you've known have been those that seem to flood the very cells of the body with love, with a sublime bliss and a peace? Accept that truth, that what you desire beyond all things is the living experience of love. And that nothing you can do can bring love to you. Nothing you do can keep love for yourself in a form of your choosing. Nothing you do can make love appear in the form of your insistence. By releasing the drama, releasing the dream, choosing to remember the truth that is true always, returning to the kingdom within even prior to every breath, and reminding yourself and saying to your Creator, I want only that which is true always. Love is what I want. Love is what you are. Love is what I receive. Love is who I am. I and my Father are one. Here and here alone you discover what you seek, and then you become free to walk this earth, to be in it, but not of it all. And though your friends will look upon you and still see a man or a woman who seems to act much like themselves, and yet, though they see it not, Christ dwells with them. And something in them keeps attracting them to you. They are not sure what it is, but the shape of your body? The radiance of your eyes. 'Tis not these things. They feel the quality of love. Can you imagine walking upon this earth, this very planet upon which you find yourself, and no matter where you are, feeling as though every wisp of cloud and every blade of grass and all good things under heaven and earth were already residing with you, within this sphere of your countenance? Can you imagine walking upon this earth and sensing that the light from the farthest of the stars that shines during the night is already within you? That the whole of creation was held in the palm of your hand? Would there be room yet to convince yourself that there is something you lack, something you need, that the restlessness you feel must be valid? In truth, you are like one who has been given a perfect treasure, a priceless jewel, and you have placed it into your pocket and forgotten that you possess it. And so you run around trying to look into everybody else's pocket. And you've tried to seduce certain ones to surrender so that you can own the clothing and therefore try to possess the jewel that you hope is in their pocket. But the great truth is that you cannot possess love until you set it free. You cannot move into holy relationship with anyone or anything until you give up all trace of need to possess it. When your only desire is love, you will be willing to set anyone free, to support them in their own journey, no matter what it is or what it takes. And yet you will never feel your love waver. And if a twinge of sadness arises because you recognize that two bodies in space are now going to go to separate parts of the planet, as the twinge arises, you'll recognize it as the effect of a mistaken perception. And you'll move within to a place in which all minds are joined. And you'll remember that your fulfillment does not rest in gaining love from another, but in giving love to everyone. If indeed you would know the truth that sets you free, heed each and every word that is being shared. And if you would taste the sweet nectar of a perfect freedom, be you therefore committed to replacing every erroneous perception you've ever made, every thought you've ever held of everyone and everything, to set these things aside and commit the fullness of your energy to the simple but vigilant practice of remembering the truth even prior to every breath. I live, yet not I, but Christ dwells in me. Therefore I submit and surrender to the truth that is true always, for my fulfillment comes only from allowing Christ to be given to the world. And so you see, the truth is very simple. It is not complex at all. Get out of the way. Let love live through you. And all of a sudden you will know that indeed you are given all good things eternally. You will know that grace is reality. You will know the effortlessness is the way of life in the kingdom. But effortlessness does not mean that you do not feel, for you are in a dimension of feeling. Effortlessness does not mean that you do not discover, that you do not deepen your ability to be the living embodiment of love. It does not mean that you do not challenge yourself to learn to express love in a way that can be heard by another. Effortlessness means simply that you abandon the resistance to what love requires in each moment. Effortlessness is the way of the kingdom. In the world, effortlessness means that you let down the wall you have built between yourself and all of creation. You no longer resist the lived experience of relationship, whatever it is. Relationship with a cloud, relationship with another person, relationship with a dog or a cat, relationship with, what you call this, your April 15th, when you write the grand government a check. Why do you not wrap it up with what you call your Christmas paper and your ribbons and send it with much love? When you've learned to release the barriers, the walls between yourself and whatever is in front of you, when you open the door into what many of you would call your chakras and simply allow love to be lived through you, when you look upon another or another situation or another thing and realize nothing in this world has the power to hurt you, nothing in this world has the power to take anything from you. If you remember to extend love, then you are free, and you've transcended birth and death. The seeker is no more, and only Christ walks this earth. And if your commitment is indeed to look within and discover each and every obstacle you have ever created to the presence of love, why do you resist feeling these things? For well has been said to you that on just the other side is the very love that you seek. Deny then not the role of feeling in this dimension, for feeling is everything. You can't even know the presence of God unless you feel it. You can't think about the presence of God. You can't insist on a belief about the presence of God. That doesn't do it. That doesn't fill your cup. Feeling fills your cup. Feeling, unbridled, unblocked, unobstructed feeling, is the doorway to that love that sets you free. Therefore, when you say, I don't want to feel this, rest assured of what you are truly saying. Yes, the doorway to the kingdom of heaven is right in front of me. But if you think I'm going to open it, you're crazy. It's not worth it anyway. What is worth it is protecting the substitute I have made. And I have called it the ego, the false self, what I once described to you as a gnat shouting at space. That? Oh, that's what I've committed to. And I'm going to protect this thing. Give up heaven to protect this useless little thing? Oh, yes, you better believe it. I'd be willing to make that sacrifice. What's heaven anyway? A bunch of love stuff? A bunch of people running around in bliss, some of them without bodies, hanging out in the unlimitedness, fearlessness, utter fulfillment? Who needs it? Oh, but this little gnat of mine. Oh, I'm going to make it shine. There's much wisdom to look at in your funny little sayings and music and things. How many times have you tried to make that little gnat shine? Everybody notice it's shining. Please notice how great I am. I'm making my gnat shine. Listen to my whining and my complaining and my, pardon the expression, what you call the bitching, the lamenting, the great sadness. Oh, how grand my gnat is. Meanwhile, the love of God flows through a multitude of universes and creates forever even new universes. And the love of God doesn't even notice the gnat at all. No one is paying any attention. Your friends around you don't want to pay attention, although sometimes you corner them and they have no choice. But those of us without bodies, do you really actually think we waste our precious eternity taking your attempt to make the gnat shine seriously? Indeed, because we love you, we give you the space and we honor your free will to be as little and as miserable as you wish. And we will wait until you choose to come once again into the greatness in which you truly reside. We never withdraw our love from you. We simply look through your storyline because what we wish to love is the Christ that dwells within you. What calendar day and hour will you truly decide to love yourself as the Father has first loved you? To truly, and once and for all, make the decision to live. For until you decide with and for and forever from the mind of God, life has not yet begun. Oh my God, that's a bit of a blow, isn't it? Look at all the experiences I've had, Jeshua. How can you tell me I haven't lived? Why, there was this drama, there was that drama, then there was that drama over there. Don't you remember 17 lifetimes ago when I did this and I did that? I struggled through that one and I've struggled through this one. I've lived. No, you've dreamed. Do you awaken in the morning and realize that you a whole night of dreams of receiving ribbons and trophies and what have you from the world, and then say, well, that was very real. The trophies must be sitting out on my kitchen table. And when you awaken and sit and put your feet on the ground, you go, shake my head a little. I was just dreaming. While you dreamt, it felt real enough, and that's the quality I'm speaking to here. And if you wish to take this as an affront, it's perfectly okay. It won't disturb my peace at all. Until you fully decide to come into life as the presence of Christ, as the presence of love, to own each moment of your own experience as wholly self-created, for no other reason that you have chosen it from the perfect and infinite freedom of your unlimited beingness. When you look upon all things without judgment through the eyes of forgiveness, when you decide to embody only the reality of love, no matter what anyone else is doing, that is when life began. And as this date on your calendar, there have only been a handful of beings who have truly lived life upon this plane, a very small handful. There are many of us that would just absolutely be thrilled if you would join the club. And I'll let you in a little secret. Until you do, you don't get to graduate. You will never leave this plane filled with conflict and suffering, as it seems to be, until you have lived the experience of walking in the holy as the thought of love and form, with no other allegiances but to love. You will never leave this plane. You will never take up the cross and follow me. You will spin around again and again and again, only to be confronted by the same need to decide wholly for love. And you finally look heavenward and say, Father, let's get on with it. Enough time has been wasted, it's gone, it's okay, it doesn't matter. Now I am committed to love. Bring on whatever I must experience to bring up from the depth the places that I hid it within me. Every obstacle that yet to be dissolved by the light of the grace of perfect love. And I will do whatever I can from my side of the fence to open up those places, to feel those places, to embrace those places, to love those places, to claim those places as wholly self-created. And I will let my parents off the hook, and I will let my siblings off the hook, and I will let my great-great-great-great-great-great-grandfather off the hook. And I will let Adam and Eve off the hook, and I will let the government off the hook, and I will love myself enough to heal my separation from God. And I will humble enough to recognize it if I'm having an experience, because I know I have made the commitment to healing. Then you have indeed, precious Father, brought me all good things. For this moment of experience can be seen through eyes that recognize that it is but a stepping stone to the perfect peace that I seek. My life is no longer mine, for I know not how to correct the one fundamental error. But I can surrender into feeling each moment fully when choosing love anyway. And love will dissolve the pain that I have carried, all because I insisted on trying to separate myself from the source of my being. This little gnat of mine is being put to rest. For the only thing that can shine is Christ. For Christ, the Son of God, the offspring of God, is God's only creation. The rest of it is attributed to you. Even space and time is yours. You, the truth of you, is your Creator's only creation, for you are love, and God creates only that which is like unto himself, and God is only love. Many of you believe that you are on a spiritual path. You will know it, but true by your willingness to feel and experience wholly exactly what is in front of you, moment to moment. Whoa! So if you have enmity with another, if you have conflict with another, and you sit in your chair and decide to do what you call pray or meditate, in order to change the feeling state within yourself, and you arise later and say, there, I'm feeling much better now. But the issue has not been solved with another. Nothing has changed. Go therefore to the other. Open your heart. Share resolve. If you have offended another, ask them for forgiveness. If you have judged another, admit it. Ask for their forgiveness. It is only in such a way that you can truly heal the place of conflict within. Beloved friends, the essence of this hour's message is quite simple. Where are you now? Are you willing to allow yourself to see everything around you and within you as the doorway to the kingdom of heaven, waiting only for you to acknowledge its presence and to open it? Are you willing to truly be right where you are, wholly right where you are? And the mind says, well, of course, I'm on a spiritual path. Rest assured, if you look well into your feelings and find any trace of resistance, you have not yet made the necessary commitment that gives you the power to open the door. Feeling is the message of this hour, for it is only through feeling that you truly awaken. Concepts and ideas can begin to direct the mind to believe that there is something out there that is attractive, that might even better than what you've been doing before. But concepts and ideas do not in themselves open the door. They are symbols, not as all. And a symbol cannot quench your thirst. It is only at the level of genuine feeling that you can once again know the presence of God who dwells within you, around you, and through you even now. Feel what you have created as a substitute for the truth. Own it, look upon it, then let it go. Learn that regardless of what choice you have made in the past, that once you have embraced it, once you have felt it, you remain perfectly innocent and imbued with the power to choose again. To feel, to learn, once again to feel the glorious warmth that permeates the kingdom of heaven. Nothing you can do with time can match the importance of what we had shared this hour. Nothing you do in the field of time holds a candle to the incredible gift that is awaiting for you. Therefore, indeed, use time constructively by deciding to love that love may teach you of itself. And indeed, beloved and holy friends, when you have done this, you will find yourself translated, if you will, into a form that could never possibly be contained by the space and volume of a physical body. And you will look upon this entire dimension as a mere temporary learning device, and you will set it aside as a child sets aside a toy that he has outgrown. But you will do it with deep appreciation and love for the toy that you played with for so long. And you will carry with you a deep sense of gratitude for everything this physical dimension has brought to you. There will not be a molecule, if you will, of beingness within you that will feel any resentment, any longing, any anger, any remorse for anything. And all your experience will have become wholly acceptable to you. For it was such experience that you finally driven to want only the truth. So, from this day forward, you will never again be able to truly convince yourself that all of your attempts to stay distracted or conform to the world are really accomplishing a thing. And you will find that your mind begins to penetrate the unconscious habits you have created in an attempt to hide from what must be felt. And you will know perfectly well when you are simply deluding yourself, and you'll start to smile and go, "Oh yes, there I go again. Might as well set that aside. Plant my feet firmly on the ground and indeed live with the passion for the truth of the kingdom of heaven." Therefore, for now, beloved friends, be you therefore at peace. We said that this year, this way of the heart, that we would indeed speak ever more directly and even more forcefully to you. For the time comes quickly when this planet will not be willing to tolerate untidy house guests that are not willing to vibrate at the frequency of being to that which the planet herself is preparing to move toward. Therefore, be not caught by coming home one day and discovering that the landlord has changed the locks and you have not a place to rest your head. Rather, become the living embodiment of love and journey with your Holy Mother into an entirely new dimension of being. And never forget to sing, laugh, dance, and play along the way. Be you therefore at peace, beloved and holy friends. Peace then be with you. Amen. The Way of the Heart. Lesson 7. Now, we begin. Forever I am with you. Forever I am with you. For long before the stars were birthed, long before the planets arose, long before even a thought of the physicality had emerged within the divine mind of the Son of God, we were already created together and equally. And yet, that creation of what alone is real knows no point of birth. Therefore, because the Father is forever, so too have we abided together, held together, sustained together in love. And throughout all time and even unto eternity do we abide together in the reality of who we are. Therefore, think it not extraordinary when I say unto you, I am with you always, even unto the end of this age. What journey have you ever taken that is not familiar to me? What journey have I ever taken that is, in truth, not familiar to you? For when you look upon me, and for some deep place of knowingness within, though the words may be different, you say within yourself, Behold, Christ appears before me. When you hold a thought of me in the mind, and the body is flooded with emotion, soft and gentle and light, and you recognize that the Holy Son of God was birthed, perfected in your friend, even one Jeshua ben Joseph, what is it within you that knows that this is the truth? What part of your mind, what capacity within your heart, can look upon me and recognize the truth within me, so that you love me? For I say well unto you, it is equal and same as the part of my mind, that part of my heart that looks upon you and says, Behold, the holy child of God is before me, and I love this one. That which knows, that which comprehends immediately, is the mind of Christ, that recognizes itself in each and every one. The mind of Christ dwells within you in fullness now, and therefore, as I have said unto you many times, never fail to remember that it takes one to know one. And if you would look upon me and say, Beloved friend, thank you, look well upon yourself and say, Beloved friend, thank you. Indeed, allow the breath to flow. How many journeys have there been? How many moments of experience passed under the bridge of your beingness, so to speak, before you first began to reawaken to the truth that is true always? How many lifetimes, how many worlds before the light began to dawn, so imperceptibly at first that it was not recognized? And a tiny voice whispered from a place that seemed so far removed from where you dwelt, Beloved son, you are with me now. You remain as I created you to be. Therefore, be at peace. You are loved. And the voice seemed so far away, so faint, that surely it could not be your own. Surely it was just a moment's fantasy, and in the midst of some journey you paused. And as a raindrop fell and hit the leaf, and your eyes looked upon that experience, you felt and knew that you were one with the leaf and raindrop, and that indeed you were those things. How many moments of experience passed by before these kinds of qualities began to emerge in your consciousness as what seemed to be tiny mad ideas? My God, I just felt myself to be one with all creation. Well, better not tell anyone about that. And off you went. But the moments began to come more often, still perhaps fleetingly, and yet now more familiar. A sense underneath all of the drama, all of the crying, all of the lamenting, all the resenting, all the fearing, all the striving, all the seeking. The still tiny voice would come and say, Beloved son, you remain as I have created you to be. You are loved. You are wholly loving and wholly lovable forever. That tiny voice would steal through the roar and the din that had seemed to make a home within your mind. And rest assured, you would not be where you appear to be in this moment if you had not allowed and already begun to experience many moments that express the quality that I have described to you, of truly hearing the still, small voice of the Comforter within. Therefore, indeed, each of you knows that there is a longing within you that cannot and will not any longer be denied. You know from the Christ within you that Christ has stirred within you and is rising to take up its rightful place as the master of your mind and your heart and your body and your breath and your dreams and your passions. And each of you knows that it is absolutely futile to attempt to settle for anything else. And if there be anyone here in this moment who actually and truthfully doubts what I have just said, speak up. And so silence is all the evidence we require. It does not come because of anything I have done for you. It comes because it must come. It must arise within each created mind, regardless of its journey, regardless of its attempt to deny what is eternally true. That's called the illusion of the dream of separation. It must come, and it is inevitable because Christ will not be denied. Christ cannot be denied because only Christ can express what is absolutely true. Only Christ can so inform the cellular structure of the body that even the simplest of gesture extends love unto another who beholds it. Only Christ knows how to breathe the breath that releases all trauma, all hurt. Only Christ understands the power of true forgiveness, which is always, by the way, forgiveness of oneself, since no one has wronged you at any time. Only Christ can bring a smile to the lips of a body, such that when another looks upon you and sees a smile, their heart is lifted. Only Christ can walk in this world, yet not be of the world. And only Christ can transcend every limited and fearful creation into the beautiful flower and blossoms and gives its sweet fragrance to all of creation. And is it not that which you long to feel moving through your beingness? Is not that call to awaken alive within you? O beloved friends, you know that it is. Love you therefore one another, and love you therefore the self that has been given unto you of the Father. Learn to hear only that voice. Learn to desire only that voice. Learn to follow only that voice that knows the truth that is true always. I and my Father are one, and this world is but a passing shimmer and a dream. It holds no value save that which Christ can bring to it. Only love is real, and anything else is the choice to momentarily believe in illusion. And, oh, rest assured, illusion within an illusory world can seem to hold great power. But all power has been given unto you. All power under heaven and earth is given unto the Holy Child of God, and that power dwells within you as the life of your life, the breath of your breath, the truth of your truth, the beingness of your beingness, and the joy of your joy. And there has never been an illusory creation that has ever, in truth, threatened it. And no illusion can take reality from you. The only thing that can occur is that you use the power to believe in loss, and all forms of loss that you perceive through the physical eyes or through the worldly mind are nothing more than passing shades of your insistence on believing that loss is possible. All forms of the contraction known as fear are nothing more than temporary modifications of the very power given unto you, a power that you have sought to use to see if it were possible to convince yourself that something beside love is real. But the story is over. The dream of separation is ending. The whole of creation is now experiencing a growing power, if you will, a movement, a momentum that must carry the mind from which creation springs, to a new level, if you will. It's not so much an evolutionary level as a level of recognition, a level of remembrance, a level of returning. and that wave of momentum is alive and has already arisen within your heart and mind. You know it. Stop denying it. Stop questioning it. Stop looking for signs from the world around you that it's okay to feel it. Accept it as a divine gift from your Creator, for the call has gone out. And though many listen, few hear, and fewer still become wholly devoted to responding. Therefore, let your prayer be always, may Christ alone dwell within and as this creation that I once thought was myself. May Christ alone inform each thought and each breath and each choice. May love direct each step. May love transform this journey through time, that in time I might truly know the reality of eternity, the sanctity of peace, the holiness of intimacy, the joy of the Father's love, prior to every breath and indeed even prior to every thought that arises within the mind. For when you know that you are holiness itself, how could you ever look upon your brother and sister and believe that you have wronged you? How could you ever want to do anything but love them? That is, let the love of Christ flow through you so deeply and so profoundly that they get that you do not believe their illusion. For when you give unto another that which alone is true, because all minds are joined, you have offered unto them the only gift that holds value. When you give another the truth, perhaps even without saying a word, again because all minds are joined, they recognize what has been offered. The one before me knows the truth of me and is looking right through every one of my attempts to be less than who I am. Therefore I see that it is safe to choose again. And that is when miracles occur. Do not strive to heal this world. Do not do anything to make a show of how much you love another. Give up the concept of being a busy bee, and simply be the presence of love, simply because you know that there is absolutely no value in being anything else, and that in truth you have never succeeded at being anything but the presence of love. Each sane moment that you have experienced, each moment of unlimitedness, each moment of genuine intimacy, each moment of grace-filled joy that you have ever known, in whatever form it seems to appear to be bottled before you, has come because you allowed your mind to slip into the sea of peace. And you've merely abided empty, wanting nothing, seeking nothing, merely the presence of what you are. And when the quality becomes cultivated so that it permeates your consciousness with each breath and with each moment, you will know that Christ has indeed arisen this day. And you will celebrate Easter with each breath. What then could ever possibly arise to obstruct the truth that is true always? There is an ancient forest somewhere on your planet, a forest high and rugged mountain valley, so rugged that no one has ever been there. Unknown to the minds of humanity, life goes on in the forest. Deep within the heart of this forest this morning, a tiny little blade of grass seemed to be tossed by an unseen wind. As it is tossed for just a fragment of a moment, so subtle and soft was the wind, that as the sunlight played against the blade of grass, it cast the smallest of conceivable shadows on a stone that lay a little bit away from the blade of grass. No one noticed. The shadow had no effect. The rock didn't even notice. No one on the planet noticed. No one in any of the heavens noticed except me. I needed something to build a story around. That tiny shadow cast by a little blade of grass, momentarily wiggled in the wind in some remote forest, has virtually no effect on the turning of the planet, the creation of new suns, and certainly not one trace of effect on how deeply your Father loves you. That little shadow is when you have given power to it, and it seems to be able to obstruct the truth within you from being lived. For the moment you gave the little tiny shadow power, in that very moment fear was born, and fear is always a contraction away from love, and love makes you smaller than the blade of grass that momentarily seems to cast a shadow and therefore obstructs your recognition of the warmth in the sun that bathes you always. And when you resist healing, when you struggle to do what, as we have been observing you here to do, learning to speak your truth, when you resist healing in ways, you may rest assured that something has occurred just prior to that. And it is your decision to believe that the shadow is all-powerful, that if you heal, if you grow, if you change, if you let Christ live in you, that the little blade of grass and the little tiny shadow it creates for a very temporary moment will come and punish you and crush you. And if you can truly take this story into your being and recognize the utter laughability of such a belief, you will never again fear fear. You will never again allow fear to master you and direct the course of your life. You will indeed learn what it means to trust what is birthed in your heart. And you will arise and you will go forth without fear, with no story at all. And you will accomplish whatever creativity wishes to express through you. And the whole while you'll know that of yourself you can do nothing, but the Father through you can do anything. Therefore, indeed, what forms of the shadow of that blade of grass are allowing to run and own and possess your soul? Interesting question. There are many forms of that shadow, are there not? There are peers and parents and siblings to please. There are governments to bow down to. There are mates and children that must come first. There are bills to pay. There are desires to check and keep in order. There are activities and statements and behaviors done by others that require at least 7 or 8 hours a day for you to analyze and judge them to death. This world is exhausting, but somebody has to do it. And you thought that it was love that makes the world go round. Trust me, love does not spin and get nowhere. Love created you. Love birthed within you as an individual, at least within the dance of time and space, the power to choose. The power to feel, the power to know, the power to channel light and love, the power to know that something exists within and as you. That's what love has done. And has fear ever created anything remotely like that? So what do you want? Creation or mimicry? Peace or the ability to simply drug yourself with triviality? All power under heaven and earth flowing through you with every breath, so that your consciousness witnesses not what you do as a maker or doer, but that which the divine is doing through you in each moment, so that you get to marvel at the creativity of the love, the very same love that moves the sun and the moon and other stars. Now that's a delightful pastime. And when your life, this one life, and you only have one life, you might have had many bodies, but you will have one life. When you give that one life wholly, what is called here, with the lock, the stock, and the barrel, when you give it all to being only the presence of love, and if there are any cobwebs in the way of that, let's get on with it and get them swept out of the way. I've got better things to do because the whole of creation is waiting to move through me, and I want to be aware of it. I want my experience, my lived consciousness, to be blissfully absorbed in observing the flow of love through this mystery. You call the body and dare to call your body, as if you know some right to possess it. Give the body to God. God knows how to use it. You don't. When you are in that place, heaven and earth will move to become your servant, not until. Send a conflicted message. Nobody shows up for the dance. And when you move into that place for no other reason than beside that you wanted, you will know because you will be the truth that sets all things free. So now you know what the shadow is. Perhaps sometimes you enjoy dancing with it. A great question is, are you going to let the shadow lead or are you going to lead? When your life becomes that, I'm not speaking of perfection as you would consider this. When your life becomes the motivation, that attitude, that declaration, that devotion, then perfection will be witnessed through you. For perfection is miracle-mindedness, in which that which saved times occurs. And when your life becomes that, when you no longer have any conflicted, what is this word? Commitment. When you no longer have any conflicted commitment in your beingness, you will know exactly what the result of my life was for me, because you will be that. Yes, I know what you're worried about. Does that mean that when I get really close, I'm going to have to go through my final initiation of crucifixion? And if I have to do that, will you promise me that they'll at least sterilize the nails? Could I choose the day or the hour? I don't like to get up too early. Huh. You already know what crucifixion is all about. You've done it yourself a million times in ways far worse than a mere nail driven through your hand that creates a little twinge of pain. Hell is nothing more than a state of being rutted or stuck in the process of crucifying oneself, which is nothing more than the attempt to murder and destroy what God has created out of love. Stop wasting your energy trying to love God. That won't do it for you. Stop wasting so much energy trying to learn how to love another. That won't do it for you. And for God's sake, please refrain from all attempts to get anyone to believe that you love them. Put the whole of your attention on giving up the patterns of belief from which you have attempted to crucify the self that God made, and placed within you as your very awareness of your existence. Learn to love that self beyond all created things. Learn to nurture that self. Learn to cultivate within the self only that which speaks of joy and truth, so that your words and your actions and your very presence always uplift others, so that when another walks into the room in which you are sitting or standing or moving, they feel like a breath of fresh air just hit them, even if you hadn't lifted a finger. As long as there is a trace of energy within you in which you are striving to get from any perceived thing or object around you, what you are sure you lack inside yourself, you cannot know the love of self. And you cannot experience freedom. Happiness is an inside job. So then what happens? You finally get it right and you decide, okay, what's the little shadow been doing? Little blade of grass, Well, let's take care of that one and that one and that one and that one. How many blades of grass and how many shadows are there within this beingness that seems to be overlaid over the self? Doesn't matter. You're busy birthing Christ. What happens when that finally occurs? First, and listen well, nothing will be unacceptable to you. Well, but does that mean if anybody is not a vegetarian that they are still loved? Does that mean if somebody votes for, what is this one, the man named after the bird, quail? If someone were to vote for quail, does that mean they're not insane, that I can love him? Does that mean that someone who seeks power and therefore creates a war and kills 5,000 women and children, that I can still look upon them and not have my love be disturbed? Does it mean that whatever arises within this temporary world is really, truly, literally not a problem for me any longer, that nothing is unacceptable? Yes, it doesn't mean you condone it. It means it's no longer unacceptable. For what you can not accept, you will judge. And every judgment is the attempt to murder what you have decided has no right to be. Judgment is the opposite of forgiveness. It lives on the side of the fence with fear. Forgiveness lives on the side of the fence with love, and only love can heal this world. Imagine then, living in a state of beingness in which literally nothing was unacceptable to you, because you knew that the source of your true beingness was far beyond the limitation of anything created in space and time, that even death, which has been created out of the contraction known as fear, that not even death is unacceptable. When I spoke many months ago to this, my beloved brother, who allows me to blend with his mind, said to him, "If you will choose to trust me, I will show you the way to peace." I had to wait for his reply. I could do nothing to take from him the freedom required to become wholly committed to allowing Christ to be birthed where once a useless illusion had reigned. And when I said to him, in your understanding of time, quite some time ago, I will show you how to become the being out of which all creation is arising, so that you will know the truth that sets you free. It raised up within him the most root or fundamental of fears possible. What is that? It is the last to become overcome, the fear of death. For when you are confronted by the truth, you know that everything you have sought to create as a substitute for the truth must die. That is why it is said, the last to be overcome shall be death. Fear of death. Death is allowed that Christ might live. There is no one in this room, listen carefully, there is no one in this room, and there shall not at any time be anyone who listens to these words, to whom I have not spoken that promise unto. I will show you the way to the truth that is true always, and set you free. But only you can make the decision to bring the whole of your being to that journey. And all it requires is this much willingness, what you call a smidgen in your world. A smidgen of willingness is all it takes. I know the way home because I have completed the journey, and I will show you the way. With every word that I utter in this form as well as in other forms, my one intent is to reveal the place within you to yourself that is the presence of love that you seek. What if you choose to actually commit yourself to considering and hearing what I'm sharing, and return to the innocence of the child as you contemplated what it would mean in your life? Rest assured, when the journey to the kingdom is completed, the journey within it begins anew. And the bliss and the wisdom and the creativity and the laughter and the friendship, the family, the joy, the serenity, the peace that has been, for the most part, as what could only be seen as surely an impossible dream. These things will become your most ordinary state of being, and yet none of it can occur through any power that can move through me. I can guide you, and I can show you the way, and I can walk beside you on the way that you have chosen. And at times I can carry you my strength until yours is as certain as mine by carrying you. But ultimately you must demand that I put you down so that your feet touch the soil of the kingdom of heaven and you walk under your strength, under your certainty beside me. And you will indeed find in that day and hour that I will as often ask you, how do you think we could do this? What would you like to create with me, as you ask it of me? And then indeed we are brothers and brother and sister and brother, friends dancing and playing in the kingdom prepared for us of our Father. One little shadow cast by a tiny blade of grass is all that seems to prevent you from coming wholly to where I am. And if you tarry yet a little longer, it's okay. You see, you cannot prevent me from knowing the truth about you and loving you. And when you are in love, when you are so immersed in simply loving, isn't it true that you have no sense of time at all? There's no sense of effect disturbing your peace. You're just what you call swaying to the music. You are loving, and your wholeness grows even more holy. Therefore, indeed, love one another as I have loved you. For the Father has first loved me, that I might show you the truth of what love is, and the reality of your beingness. And I will not cease in doing this, regardless of how long you choose to tarry, for love is indeed patient and kind. Love is not deluded, and love does not allow delusion. Love embraces all things, trusts all things, allows all things, and knows perfectly well where it is going, and never ceases in that journey until every blade of grass is released from casting shadow, and the whole of creation is returned to the heart of God. Learn to love yourself and cry out of this world, I and my Father are one. That is the soil from which I move and live and have my beingness. So be it. And always remember that the Father looked upon his only creation and said, Behold, it is very good. And that goodness has a name, and it's your name, and 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 my name. And behold, it is very good. That light deserves to shine. And so with that, the message of this hour is given. I believe you can discern what it is, and yet, before you stand the doorway, will you open it through the power of your choice? For what you experience will reveal to you what choice you have made this day. And with that, beloved and holy friends, may peace be with you always. And may the truth that is true always shine within your hearts and minds throughout all ages. And remember, there's a perfectly good reason why I keep saying time and again, I am with you always. Peace, then, be unto you always. Amen.